Okay, good morning. You have a copy, John?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Good morning, Judge King.
Good morning, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, sir. I got three for you this morning. Mr. Shaquille Miller, Frederick Adams, and Major Smith.
Okay. We're just waiting on the terms.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. One Judge King. Second time. One came here.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I catch y'all. Follow the. You make me one? Sure. You make nobody one?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Judge, you clean, brother. You looking good as always, man. Looking clean. Boy, you stay clean, don't
I got you too. Okay. The first one I did is
Mr. Glander? Mr. Glander? Ms. Drain?
Judge, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Basant?
Yes, good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. You ready on Davis?
I'm ready, Your Honor, but I can't start my video because it said the host has disabled it.
Okay, hang on a second. Okay, go ahead.
All right, there I am.
We're ready on Davis. All right.
Calling case number 2305889201, the people of the state of Michigan versus Malik Davis. Defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Also, case number 2305889301. People of the state of Michigan versus Malik Davis. Defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Today's the date and time for probable cause of appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249 on both cases.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kevin Basant, P71061, on behalf of Mr. Malik Davis on both matters as well, Your Honor.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Just today is the date and time scheduled for PCC conference. I do have discovery in this matter. We would like to proceed with a preliminary exam in this case, Judge.
October 9th at 11:15.
That should work, Judge. Well, let me say this. I have a pre-trial that morning in Lansing that's set for 8:30. It should be pretty quick, but it's just a matter of the drive back. So, I can't guarantee I will be back in Detroit by 11:15. That's the only issue. Do you have anything later that day?
$12:30.
All right, 12:30 will work, Judge. And Judge, may I address one issue of bond at this time?
Okay.
And so, Mr. Davis, he has no criminal history whatsoever. This case was a refile. The original charges were dismissed about less than a year ago. The complaining witness failed to appear at the preliminary exam. But there's been no contact with the complainant. There's been no contact with the complainant since the charges have been refiled. He's on a tether, Judge, and my problem with the tether that he works security. He's a security officer. The tether obviously was to ensure no contact with the complainant, but there's been none, even when the case was dismissed. And so, Judge, I would ask if the tether could be removed at this time, Judge. He's going to be compliant with bond. He's not a flight risk or a safety risk. He's posted bond in this case. I would ask if the tether could be removed, Judge.
People?
Judge, at this time, I am going to ask that the tether remain. I'm not worried about the hours that he has, if he wants more hours or not to have any hourly restriction, but I do ask that the tether remain on.
So, Mr. Passant, what's the issue with the tether? Because he works
The-
security?
Because he works security.
So,
Say it again, Judge. What
So
was that? Well, it's kind of counterintuitive, Judge. I mean, it's not a hindrance on his hours for employment, but it is kind of it's walking around as a security officer with his tether on your ankle, Judge. And my thing is that if it's to ensure the safety of the complainant, I get it. But at the same time, Judge, there's been no contact, and there will be no contact, and there's no reason to have contact. And so, with that being said, Judge, I just don't think the tether is necessary. It'd be different if there was issues of contact, or if this was a brand new case, Judge. This is a refile, and again, I know it's considered a new case because it's been but there's been no contact during the months that it was dismissed. And so, Judge, I just feel that the tether is burdensome given his employment, and I would ask that condition be removed.
I think I'm inclined to keep the tether on. I'm better safe than sorry.
Okay.
But I'm gonna be continued.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
And that was 10-9 at
12:30. Ms. Howard,
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
good, how are you?
I'm well.
What can I do for you?
I have Frederick Adams.
Okay.
Judge, is he in custody?
I believe so.
Okay, that's crazy.
I think that's in there.
Oh, yep, that's him.
We're ready.
calling case number 23059052201, people of the state of Michigan versus Frederick Adams. Defendant is being charged with count 1, stalking, aggravated. Today is the date and time for probable cause appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Tiffany Hall on behalf of Mr. Adams, P 7967.
And what's your pleasure, counsel? Oh, Mr. Adams, unmute yourself and tell us your name, sir.
Frederick Luther Adams Jr.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Hall?
One of my clients demanded his exam.
The court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Out is October 9th at 11:15.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine for me. If it's fine for the prosecutor.
October 9th at 11:15. Bond will be continued.
Wait, Judge, what is the bond right now? What's the bond for this new case?
On this one, it says 50,000.
In this case, it's a $50,000 personal bond.
Okay, is there a tether requirement for that?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, so my client has been in custody for a few weeks now, waiting for a tether.
Sounds like he had more than one case.
Well, yeah, Judge, he has another case. So what happened is
What's the other case?
it's a CSC third. We had the exam in front of you. So this case happened before the last case, like as far as dates. So it looked like a probation violation. So the police came to my client's job, arrested him. He's been in custody, he's been in jail for some weeks now. And we did go to court last week on a probation violation in which the prosecutor did mention that this was a misunderstanding. It's not a probation violation because the dates, it's just this warrant was signed late, but he's still waiting for a tether. Is there any way, now again, Your Honor, I know your position, but my client has not had any contact with the complainant. The complainant in this case is the same as the last case. And he is a school teacher as well as a coach. Not only is it a bad look when I have a tether on, but the fact that he's been sitting in jail for about 2-3 weeks waiting for a tether. I mean, at this point, these are allegations, Judge, and it's not fair to allow allegations to ruin my client's life. He's going to lose his job.
I don't see how he has a job charged with criminal sexual conduct in the 3rd degree.
Well, because
What?
his school and his job, they know him and they know these are just allegations and he has been found guilty of anything. My client maintains his innocence.
Well, I'm sure you can appreciate my position. Is this current case aggravated stalking?
It's an aggravated stalking, Judge. And again, my client maintains his innocence. And Your Honor, I know we discussed this before, but according to the Bell Partnership Program that 36th District Court has, there has to be more evidence that my client's a threat to the community or a threat to the complainant. It cannot, the allegations themselves cannot be used. What other evidence does the prosecution have that will warrant my client having to have a tether on? He's shown up to every court. Huh?
I guess I'll find out at the preliminary exam.
So my client has to, okay, well, Judge, is there anything you can do about getting him a tether quicker? I mean, he's literally been in jail for weeks now, just waiting for a tether. So what happened?
I have nothing to do with that.
Okay, so even if this waiting for a tether costs my client to lose a job and a career that he's worked hard for,
Quite
and
frankly, no, but these charges and the multiple cases that your client has, he's lucky to just have a tether.
you know, it's all from the same complaint stemming from the same incident. It just, I don't know why they split it up and did not put the aggravating assault on the first case. So it's not that he's just doing a lot of things. It's just the way in which the prosecutor's office has charged the case. But it's not a reflection that he made several, like, you know, it's not that. I know it's just, I don't know why they split it up, but they did. So now here we are. But once we get past district court, everything's going to be resolved together. It's the same complainant, somebody he was in a dating relationship with for several years.
I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation if you like, but bond will be continued, and that's for the safety of the community.
Ms. Adams, I will see you on 9th, okay? All right, thank you. Judge, you said at 11:15, right?
Yes, October 9th, 11:15. I'll continue, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Freshback.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Latoya Hudson.
Okay. I think I might have Latoya Hudson in my waiting room. Let me make sure.
She should be there.
Shaquille Miller. Shaquille Miller. Ms. Birchback.
Hi, Mr. Miller. We can hear you. I don't think I have your case. I think you're just waiting.
Ms. Hudson, connect your audio. Yes, ma'am. Tell me your name.
Shaquille Miller.
Not you, sir. Latoya Hudson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Calling case number 23059028001. The people of the state of Michigan versus Latoya Hudson. Defendant is being charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 3, weapons, felony firearm. And count 4, domestic violence. Today's the date and time for probable cause appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Charlotte Birchback from the Neighborhood Defender Service, P number 86740 on behalf of Latoya Hudson. Ms. Hudson, could you just say your full name for the record?
Latoya Hudson.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Birchback?
We are requesting an exam date. I have both the paper discovery and the digital discovery, so I believe at this point it's complete.
Court will continue the plea of not guilty in this matter for preliminary examination on October 9th at 9:30.
That is a good date. Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, thank you.
May we both be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. You can log off and I'll give you a call later today.
Okay.
Thank you, Court. Absolutely. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Blandon?
Good morning, Judge.
Okay, just making sure that's you. Hold on a second. All right, good morning, Mr. Blandon. You're here on Miller?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Calling case number 23059133301. People of the state of Michigan versus Shaquille Miller. Defendant is being charged with count 1, domestic violence, third offense notice. Today's the date and time for probable cause and appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, number 6049.
Good morning, Judge. Richard Glandon for Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller, tell us your name.
Miller.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Blandon?
Judge, I just received the discovery from Ms. Drain the other day, so I have that. I'll go up and see my client. I wasn't aware he was in jail because it indicates on my appointment a $10,000 personal bond. So now that I know that he's, it appears that he's in custody, yes, I will go up and see him. If we could have either another PCC date, Judge, or an exam, thank you.
All right, the court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Let's set it for. I was October 11th at 10 o'clock.
I have a 10:30 in courtroom 438. That's 10:30 and 438, Judge.
I think we'll have you on time, so long as your time. So long as your time, I think I can have you out by then.
I have a 10 o'clock also at Zoom. Could we make it 9:30?
Problem is, I usually don't get the prisoner by that time. Wayne County Jail don't give me my people until about 10 o'clock.
All right, I have a 10 o'clock Zoom that I have to do also, so. All right, if you could just hold on, I'll do my 10 o'clock Zoom quickly, I hope, and then go into the exam. Okay.
So you have exam at what time?
I have a 10 o'clock Zoom, and then I have a 10:30 exam in person in courtroom 438.
About October 11th at 11:30.
That would be better, yeah, 11:30 on October 11th at 11:30?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, October 11th at 11:30, bound will be continued. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, I'll come up and see you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Gann.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good day. What's your name, Wayne County Jail? Unmute yourself.
No.
Mr. Cohen?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. How are you, Judge?
Good. Are you here on Major Smith?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. We're ready on Major Smith.
Judge, could I request a quick breakout room with Mr. Smith before the court calls his case?
Join the breakout room.
Nice picture. Oh, yeah.
Do we have any word on Eric Brad?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
A little
that.
late sending it.
Oh,
But,
me,
yeah.
I'm late.
No, she
Oh,
was.
okay. I didn't know she could send it to you.
Do we have an Eric Bradley?
In custody? Yes, I believe so.
He's here?
Wait a minute. Bradley.
He's supposed to be written from MDOC, I'm told.
Yeah, is it Jakari Bradley? No, where you at?
Oh, Eric Bradley. Yeah, he's down. He's they called and said he was
Okay, great.
here, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Oh, check it.
We have somebody here for an exam.
We have no one here thus far.
Thought I was something, so.
Oh, well, Mr. Sullivan, he had another courtroom this morning. He was in the wrong courtroom, but he is here for this afternoon. I mean, late morning. Yeah. You know, with the dashboard, have they started operating it? Because they got, or they don't have the current names on it. So do I need to call IT? No, let them figure it out. Okay, good. So FYI, we are to let everyone. I was an email that went out. If we bring somebody in, is that?
Are you ready, Mr. Cohen? I see you nodding your head, yes, okay, ready, Mr. Smith.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Sorry. Couldn't get myself off mute.
All right.
Calling case number 230591430, the people of the state of Michigan versus Major Smith, also known as General Smith. Defendant is being charged with count 1, first-degree home invasion. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3 and 4, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 5, domestic violence, second offense notice. Habitual offender, third offense notice, today's the day time for probable cause of appearances, please.
Good morning, Governor Shelley Drain for the people, P number 6049.
And good morning, Your Honor. Jonathan Cohen from Neighborhood Defender Service, P 86151, appearing by Zoom with Mr. Major Smith, who appears by Zoom from the Wayne County Jail. Mr. Smith, can you please state your name?
Major Smith.
Okay, what's your pleasure, Mr. Cohen?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a few different issues this morning to bring to the court's attention. Number one, I do have discovery. So thank you, Ms. Drain. I think I have both digital and paper. Number two, I wanted to address bond and make a request that the court consider releasing Mr. Smith on house arrest to Team Jefferson, given, I think, his dual diagnosis issues, both with mental health and substance abuse. I think Team Jefferson would be an ideal program for him as a residential house arrest style program on Tether to both ensure the safety of the community as well as Mr. Smith's appearance at court. Mr. Smith is 64 years old, lifelong resident of Detroit. He has close family ties, including 4 siblings, all adults. Of course, he has several adult children in the area. He was on SSDI. He was not employed. He has been on disability for several years. He has some physical health issues, including COPD. I don't believe he has a significant prior record involving violence or a prior history of failing to appear. Of course, Ms. Drain, correct me if I'm wrong. There's nothing alleged as far as habitual offender. So we would argue that under the circumstances that, again, the community could be preserved by having him be tethered to a program like Team Jefferson. And then I have a third issue once the court rules on the bond issue.
I'm not ready to address bond. I want to know what you want to do with the case.
Okay, that's fair, Your Honor. So my third issue is that I am asking the court to refer Mr. Smith for a competency evaluation. I do have concerns about his ability to fully understand the nature of the proceedings. And I think Mr. Smith, this is something that you would like. Is that right? You would like to do a competency evaluation? Say again, Mr. Smith, we didn't hear you.
Yes, sir, I would, yes.
Okay, so that's the final matter, Your Honor, that I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
All right, so it always strikes me as a bit odd to put someone in the community that can't even appreciate the wrongness of their conduct, perhaps. That concerns me.
Understand, Your Honor.
I will refer the defendant for a competency evaluation. We'll set a review date for January 4th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m.
And Your Honor, I guess one other request, would the court refer this for a DSU report as well?
I can do that. I'll refer
Thank you.
to Procedural Services with my recommendation as well.
And lastly, Your Honor, if we do get a competency evaluation report back prior to the 4th, I assume we can calendar the case sooner?
For that particular hearing, you can.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes. Anyway.
Mr. Smith, you're all set. I'll talk to you again soon.
Okay, so what's going on now?
We got a new court date and you're going to be evaluated by a doctor, okay?
Okay, what's the next court date?
January 4th, but it can be
January.
sooner. It'll probably be sooner. Don't worry.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we just in October?
I'll talk to you again soon, okay, Mr. Smith?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
When will I be able to see you and talk to you?
I can see you in 1 or 2 weeks, okay?
Yeah, okay, all right.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
That's it, Mr. Smith. You can log off.
All right, good.
Judge King.
Yes.
So that's all we have for you this morning.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too, sir. You and your staff have a great.
Good morning, Ms. Cross.
Good morning, Judge.
You here on Talmadge Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
Calling case number 230591280 people of the state of Michigan versus Talmadge Smith. Defendant is being charged with count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2, weapons, felony firearm. Second offense notice. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 4, weapons, firearms. Second offense notice. Count 5, domestic violence, second offense notice. Domestic violence and or knowingly assaulting a pregnant individual, second offense notice. Habitual offender, third offense notice. Today's the date, time for probable cause appearance, please.
Good morning, Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, P81830. I'm appearing on behalf of Talmadge Smith. Your Honor, I don't know where exactly he is, if he's on Zoom. I was just assigned to this case yesterday. I have not received any contact information for him yet, but I do believe he may be in the jail.
I'm not sure if he's in the jail. Wayne County Jail was here earlier today. They said that I saw everyone that they had. So I'm not sure. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, to waive his presence for purposes of this hearing. What's your question?
Your Honor, I'm asking for an adjourned PCC at this point. First of all, so I can locate my client. And secondly, I have not received any discovery on the case yet. As I said, I was just appointed to this yesterday.
And I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Green.
Ms. Kraus, I will get you the discovery as soon as I can. I did not know as well who was representing Mr. Smith. I'll get it to you soon.
All right, thank you.
All right, I can adjourn the probable cause conference to October 13th at 8:30.
That works for me, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, I'm going to Zoom and I will be over there shortly.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
So we are down to 10 o'clock.
Take a minute on that conflict issue.
just waiting. All right.
Sharp tongue. Wait to sharp. I'll be the prisoner for a little while before he comes.
You working, y'all? You always working. I was just gonna say, you want to print that all white, quiet?
It didn't print out right to you?
Hmm?
It didn't print out right to you?
Oh, I didn't even print, I don't have. No. When you worked in juvenile, was it certain kids that just, you always thought about in the future? I don't wonder how they turned out, it seemed like they just got caught. There was one kid, he got caught up. And every now and again, he crossed my mind, like, I wonder how he doing, I pray he got out and did something with himself, because he was such a nice young man. He just made a bad choice. Shaquille Miller. In my 17. Right.
We worked it out, either way.
Ms. Drain, Mr. Fedora sent over a witness detainer from the time. I don't know how he plans on getting it, but I just executed. I don't know if you can give it to him or if he plans on coming over.
I will, I'll take a look and see what the name is.
Okay. Thank you.
So.
If you can you give Ms. Drain just a quick detainer? Sure.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Sullivan, you ready?
Yes, Judge. Are there witnesses here now? Mr. Sanders?
Where's your client?
Anytime this case. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. I'll get that.
Madam Clerk, I can call the exam.
Okay. Getting ready. Right.
Who is this we have back there?
That's Bradley, or Mr. McGriffin, or Miss McGriffin.
Sullivan, I told him to bring the other one up too.
Ready for Sanders.
I told
Yeah,
him-
that's what I just told him.
I told him to bring them up.
Yeah. Yeah, I put his paperwork inside for me.
Jakari Sanders.
Good morning. Come on, young man. Don't go past here. I want you to stand behind that chair. Right here.
Jakari Sanders. Calling case 2358973. People of the state of Michigan versus Jakari Sanders. Defendant is charged in this case with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. He also has case 2358972. Charged in count 1, unlawful imprisonment. Count 2, aggravated domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I please support Darnell Clemens requesting permission to practice under Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of CR234.
Commissioner Grant.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Nathan Sullivan, P8461. Here on behalf of Jakari Sanders, who's president of the courtroom. Mr. Sanders, can you state your name for the record? Jakari Sanders.
Today's time set for preliminary examination in both matters. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, the complaining witness on both cases was Ms. Peyton Johnson. I spoke to her at length and I was expecting her to be here today. Sergeant Gail Bowden also was expecting her. She's not here yet, so the people would just ask for 5 or 10 more minutes.
Okay. All right, we'll wait.
And then have a seat.
You gave me two. I can be superstitious, so, right.
You guys try to reach out to it this morning? Answer.
She just walked into the door.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Jakari Sanders. Which case are you proceeding on first?
Can we do the one ending in 301?
972. I got 973.
972.
Track on the record on case 2358973. People of the State of Michigan versus Jakari Sanders, charged with count one assault, consisting of grave bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count two domestic violence. Appearances again, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gabrielle Court requesting permission to practice under Court Law 8.120 under the supervision of APA Shelley Gray.
Commissioner Grant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And good morning again, Judge Neighborhood Defender Service by David Sullivan, PA 4261. Here on behalf of
Your name again?
Jakari Sanders.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, the people are ready.
One witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your witness.
The people called Peyton Johnson.
May be seated. Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat. This spot's right next to me. Just pull that door open, have a seat, speaking to that microphone that is to your left. How old are you?
18.
Okay. Great.
Good morning. Please state your first and last name for the record. Peyton Johnson. Ms. Johnson, how do you know Jakari Sanders? We grew up together. How old were you when you met Mr. Sanders? 7. 7. And what's your relationship with him? He's father of my child. Would you recognize him if you seen him today? Yeah. You see him in the courtroom? Yeah. You can point to him and tell the court, I don't know who he's there. Can you point for him? Let the record reflect that speech for the defendant.
So no.
Ms. Johnson, I want to talk to you about the day of September 15th. Do you remember that day? Yes. Do you remember what you were doing around 11 a.m. that day? Yes. Can you tell the court what you were doing? I was in my room. I think the police at home. I want to start with when you woke up that morning. I never. You had a long night the night before. And around 10 a.m., where were you? In my room. Was anyone in your room with you? Yeah. Who's that? Jakari and my son. What part of your room were you in? My bed. All three of you were in the bed? Yeah, just right. And at some point, did you and Mr. Sanders have a verbal argument? Well, he was saying stuff, but I was just sitting there listening. And at some point, did this conversation turn physical?
Objection needed. Sustained.
Did you and Mr. Sanders have a physical altercation while you were still in the bed? Yes.
Still reading.
Sorry. Was there a,
What happened while you were in the bedroom?
what happened while we were in the bedroom?
Yes.
We was on my sister's phone, he was going through her messages, and he started telling me he didn't like, and he got mad. And he punched me in the face. When he punched you in the face, how was his fist? And how many times did he hit you? One time.
I can't.
Stand up. I made an objection, Judge, but I'll withdraw.
You said he hit you one time? Yeah. After that, what happened? He dragged me out the bed by my feet. I stopped moving. Do you remember how many times he stomped on you? Yeah. What did you do while you were on the ground? I bought it. At some point, did Mr. Sanders stop hitting you? Yeah. And what happened next? He started going to the phone again. Does he say anything? He was asking me, did I have sex with my sister?
Your sister's who?
Boyfriend. What happens next? He kept going to the phone and he wouldn't let me get up. And then he stood me up and started choking me and lifted me in the air and dropped me and picked me up and slammed me again. And then when I was on the ground, he got on top of me and started choking me. While you were still on the ground, you just testified that Mr. Sanders picked you up. Yes. How did he pick you up? I'm sorry. I was Do you need to repeat the question? Yes. So while you were on the ground, you testified that at some point Mr. Sanders picked you up. How did he pick you up? What part of your body was touching what part of his body? His hands. Were touching you where? Waist area. So Mr. Sanders picked you up by your waist and now you're standing on 2 feet? Yes. And what happens next? Pick me up and slam on my knee. And after he slammed you, now you're laying on the ground again? Yes. And what happened next? He got on top of me and started shaking me. How many hands was he using? 2. Was your breathing restricted? Yes. Do you remember everything that happened after you judged you? Yes. What happened next? Started kicking me. Approximately how long did the kicking and stuff last? I'm not sure. What happened when he stopped kicking you the second time? I got him on bed and he started showing me more messages. And we had to go upstairs to my sister and her boyfriend. Did you agree to go upstairs with Mr. Sanders? Yes. And as you were going upstairs, did something else happen? Yes, before he ripped my clothes off, because he said my sister's boyfriend had already saw my life, so he ripped my clothes off and pushed me up the stairs. And what happened as you were going up the stairs? He What happened when you made it upstairs?
Started arguing with my sister, telling him to go outside, to find him. Or boyfriend, we go outside.
At some point, does Mr. Sanders leave from upstairs?
Yes, after her boyfriend called the police.
So your sister's boyfriend called the police?
Yes.
And at that point, you just testified that Mr. Sanders left from upstairs. What happened next?
He told me to go downstairs and he pushed me downstairs, but I caught myself. And then we walked to my room and he started packing up his stuff and I laid down. And before he left, he had punched me in the face. And then he put his shoe and he had hit me on my legs and my lip and his foot, sharp foot.
How many times did he hit you?
I'm not sure.
Did you have any injuries from him hitting you?
Yes.
Can you describe those injuries for support?
I have scars on my leg and my leg.
Do you have any other injuries from that day?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what those are?
I have a scar right here on my chest, and my face was swollen.
How did you get the scar on your chest?
I'm not sure. I looked in the mirror and I had one scars all over my leg.
You just testified that Mr. Sanders packed up his things and he left.
Yes.
Do you hear from him again that day?
Yes, he called me after he left.
What did he say?
He asked me that he was sorry and that I needed to work that.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Ms. Johnson, you were at your home when this happened?
Yes.
Other people were at home, correct?
Yes.
How many other people were there?
Five.
And your testimony today is that none of those 5 people interfered with any of this?
No.
Did they interfere with this?
My sister's boyfriend called the police, that's it.
But you testified that Mr. Sanders choked you, correct?
Yes.
You testified that he stomped on you, correct?
Yes.
You testified that he hit you with a closed fist, correct?
Yes.
And no one prevented him from doing this?
No, we were in my room, we was on me and Watson, that way you could sleep.
You testified at one point you went back to the bedroom with him, correct?
Yes.
You went back upstairs, correct?
We was downstairs.
Okay,
My
so,
sister was upstairs.
okay, so this took place in different areas of the house.
Yes.
Let's talk about all the different areas where this took place. It took place downstairs, correct? It also took place upstairs, correct?
And to answer out loud.
Yes.
The way in which you go from downstairs to upstairs, you go through a hallway, I imagine, correct?
Living room.
A living room, you go through a living room?
Yes.
Was anyone in the living room?
No.
You go down a hallway, correct?
Yes.
You go up and downstairs, correct?
Yes.
And this, during this altercation, you were being dragged, you say?
He pushed me.
Okay. And were you shouting for help?
No.
So your testimony is that all the while Mr. Sanders is punching you and stomping on you, you were not shouting for help?
No.
You were, and you knew that 5 people were in the house?
Yes.
Okay. You said that the police responded to the house on that same day, correct?
Yes.
And the police asked you questions about what happened, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell the police about Mr. Sanders ripping clothes off of you.
No.
The police didn't take any pictures of clothes ripped, right?
No.
Is that because there weren't any ripped clothes?
No, there were, because I didn't tell because beforehand he just said that he was gonna be my house show. That he was gonna be
Okay.
my company, so I didn't say anything.
Okay. And you didn't tell the police that he made that threat?
I did,
Sorry?
I did,
The next day? Oh, so you didn't tell the police when they responded on the 15th?
no,
The police called you on the 17th to take a statement, right?
yes,
Did they show you a copy of that statement?
no,
You did not tell the police on the 17th about any threats that Mr. Sanders made to kill you, right?
I did.
You did. Your testimony is that the police did not give you any opportunity to review the statement that they took from you on the 17th? That statement was taken by phone, right?
You took my phone when I didn't want it the day before.
So you were in the police station on the 16th, you say?
Yes,
Did you make any statement? Did you write anything down on the 16th?
I just gave a statement, he was down.
Okay, did you see the statement when he was writing on the 16th?
No,
Why did the police call you on the 17th?
the statement I gave on the 16th.
Okay, so they had more questions for you?
Yes,
And again, they didn't show you the statement on the 17th. Testimony.
no, it was over the phone.
Did you not want to come to the police station on the 17th? You didn't want to go to the police station on the 17th?
And then after the
Okay. Your testimony today is that Mr. Sanders pushed you downstairs?
yes,
Or you caught yourself?
yes,
After all of this, you didn't go to the hospital, correct?
I did,
You did go to the hospital. Okay. And what did the hospital tell you about your injuries?
they said I was okay, I went because my stomach was hurting really bad, but they said I was okay, and they took pictures of my bruises.
Okay, they took pictures at the hospital.
Yes.
Just a report.
I'm sorry. You said it.
Mr. Sullivan, did you have anything else?
I don't think so, Judge. I know what the
Can you
question is.
redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. She with us on the next case as well. Don't go too far. I'm gonna call you right back. Okay? Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendants?
No, Judge.
People,
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over as charged and then to an additional charge of assault with the intention to greater bodily harm for the stomping and punching, and as well as the third, second added count of assault with a dangerous weapon for the assault with the phone cord, which the witness testified left bruising scars.
But I would object to the added counts. I've not been put on any notice of any of this. I think that the witness testified substantially consistently with the way that she actually did not testify consistently. She's added a lot of things. But I would object to the addition of.
Okay, so you haven't been put on notice. Now you are on notice. Do you have additional questions for this witness as it relates to those comments?
No, Judge, but just would argue that legally, I don't think that a phone cord is a dangerous weapon.
Well, a lot of things aren't in its natural state a dangerous weapon, but how that instrumentality is used to make it a dangerous weapon. Sure. For instance, this phone cord that I have up here, it's not in its normal sense of the word a dangerous weapon, but if I wrap it around their throat and I start choking them with it, then that puts a different spin on things, doesn't it?
I would agree, Judge. That's not what the testimony is regarding how the phone cord was used. So I don't think that
it was used in what fashion.
Your Honor, the witness testified that the defendant was hitting her with the cord. She said he hit her on her back and her legs, and that there were scars left.
So, Judge, I would argue that that's not a dangerous weapon. Meaning a dangerous weapon, definition of dangerous weapon, based on statutes.
Why not? Particularly if it doesn't marks one. It was used as a weapon. It was used to inflict injury on.
Judge, if a phone cord becomes a dangerous weapon because it leaves marks, then I think just about anything is a dangerous weapon.
If
And I
you
don't
use
think
it as
that's,
such,
I don't think that's the
you're
meaning.
almost correct. If you use it as such.
Well, I don't think that that's the intention of the legislature, Judge, to make essentially any assault, suddenly an assault with a dangerous weapon simply because there's any instrumentality. I think that is too expansive and potentially leaves very little room for a misdemeanor assault.
Fortunately, I disagree in that if you use anything that's normal, a cell phone is not a dangerous weapon. If I clock you over the head, I think that is the legislature's intent. Anything that is used or can be used as a dangerous weapon to inflict injury on a person is in fact a dangerous weapon. If it was not for the fact that left marks on her allegedly from the use of this phone cord, then I could say it's probably just a simple assault. But using this instrumentality, this phone cord, and using leaving marks on her as a result of it, I think it's a question of fact or a trial of fact. Or will add one charge of the woman's assault. What was the other count you were seeking to?
Assault with great intent to do greater bodily harm for the kicking and punching.
That I'm not satisfied with. That it sounds like a simple assault. Which is covered in the charges of domestic violence. There wasn't enough information there to add the assault to great bodily harm, although I would acknowledge that a person being kicked or stomped, as the witness explained, he stomped back, stomped his head, that type of thing. Quite possibly, but there wasn't enough information for this court to find to sustain that charge, that additional charge. The court is satisfied with people that the burden of probable cause as relates to count one assault, to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence, and added count three, felonious assault. Court finding those charges were committed with the city of Detroit. Court finding probable cause to be disciplined committed. Will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be October 11, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Bound to continue. He wants to hold the second.
Yes, Judge.
Recalling case 2358972 for the state of Michigan versus Jakari Sanders. Defendant charged in count 1 unlawful imprisonment, count 2 aggravated domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gabrielle Pruitt requesting permission to practice under Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Grant.
Commissioner Grant.
Neighborhood Defender Service Manual Cell PA 4261, Jakari Sanders, President of Court, Mr. Sanders, on tape replay. Lawyer Sanders.
All right, yes, daytime set for exam. Are we ready to proceed in this matter?
The people are ready, Your Honor.
Are we ready?
The people call Peyton Johnson.
Raise your hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Thank you. Please have a seat. You know the routine. Ready.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Please state your name for the record.
Peyton Johnson.
And Ms. Johnson, can you tell the court what your relationship is to Jakari Sanders?
The father of my son.
Would you recognize him if you see him today?
Yeah.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yeah.
Can you point to him and tell the court I don't know what he's wearing?
A blue shirt.
Ms. Johnson, do you remember where you were on August 1st of 2023?
The record will show reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this matter, Jakari Sanders.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you remember where you were on August 1st?
Yes.
Where were you? Who was at your home with you?
My son, Jakari. My sister and my mom. And my other sister.
Were you inside or outside the house?
Well,
This house, is it located in the city of Detroit?
yes.
In the county of Wayne?
Yes.
And at some point on August 1st, did you have a physical altercation with Mr. Sanders?
Yes.
What happened?
We had got into an argument from a prior situation.
At some point, does the argument turn physical?
Yes.
Only sustained.
What happened when it turned?
Actually, we need to
What happened after the argument?
After the argument,
Yes.
like after the whole,
After the arguing part happened.
it turned physical.
How?
He started hitting on me.
When you say hitting on you, was he using an open fist or a closed fist?
Close.
And when he starts hitting on you, where are you in the house?
The back porch.
Who's on the back porch?
Me and Jakari.
How many times did you fire him?
I'm not sure.
Can you tell the court approximately how many times?
Actually, closer speculation.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question. After Jakari hit you, what happened?
He kept hitting me, but in different places.
At some point, did he stop hitting you?
Yes.
And what did he do?
We walked to the store.
Did you suffer injuries from when Mr. Sanders was hitting you?
Actually.
Did you suffer injuries?
Yes.
Did you feel like you needed to go to the hospital?
Not at that point. Not until we went to the house.
Okay, so you, after Mr. Sanders hit you, multiple times, you walked to the store.
Yes.
About how long were you gone?
I'm not sure. Maybe like 10, 15
Okay. Was anything happening on the walk?
No.
So once you get back to the house, what happens?
We started arguing again about the same thing. We didn't like my answers, so if I didn't answer what you wanted to answer, you just want to.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Speak into that microphone.
We started arguing again about the same situation, and he didn't like the answers that I was giving him, so he kept hitting me.
And at this point, where are you in the house?
My room.
When Mr. Sanders is hitting you again, is his fist open or closed?
Closed.
And approximately how many times did he hit you?
I'm not sure.
Where was he hitting you?
My face.
At some point, does he stop hitting you?
Yes.
At this point, have you suffered any injuries?
Yes.
Did you go to the hospital?
No. Not until a couple days later.
Why didn't you go to the hospital?
Because I was like in so much pain, I couldn't even, my phone was broke. So I asked Jakari to take me to the hospital, and he said we couldn't go right now, and then we could go when we woke up.
So after Mr. Sanders hit you, did you take a nap?
Yes, I was asleep.
And what happened when you woke up?
I asked him to go to the hospital.
And what did Mr. Sanders tell
He said yes.
you? Did you and Mr. Sanders leave your home?
Yes.
How did you leave?
Lift.
Who called the lift?
He did.
The lift arrived, and you and Mr. Sanders get in the car together?
Yeah.
Does anything happen in the lift?
No.
Where does the lift take?
To his house.
To Mr. Sanders' home?
Yes.
And is this in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back, because I think you told the court that you were going to the hospital.
And a couple days later.
When you got in the lift, were you supposed to be going to the hospital?
Yes.
So why do you end up at Mr. Sanders' home?
He took me there.
Speculation.
I'm sorry, maybe you answer. Can you tell the court why you ended up at Mr. Sanders' home instead of the hospital?
He took me there. I had to sleep in the car.
Okay, you fell asleep in the lift.
Yeah.
And now, at this point, Ms. Johnson, do you remember what day it is?
I think it was August 2nd, August 6th.
So this is the next day after the hitting has happened?
Yes.
Did Mr. Sanders tell you why you're at his home?
He said he was getting something. Until we got into the house.
When you got into the house, what changed?
He said we wasn't going to the hospital. That I couldn't go right now because he said I was going to snitch on him.
Mr. Sanders said that you were gonna snitch on him?
Yeah.
For what?
For hitting me and breaking my jaw.
Mention of false speculation. I don't know how she has personal knowledge as to what Mr. Sanders' intent is.
Go ahead.
Objection. My objection was as to speculation. I don't know how it is that this witness has personal knowledge as to what Mr. Sanders' intent is.
Your Honor, the question for the witness was, did he tell you why he didn't take you to the hospital? Not necessarily to his intent, and the witness said that he told her he didn't take her to the hospital because she was snitched.
I think the question was why, not why, what did it say, but rather why he didn't take it.
Let's do it this way. Did the defendant tell you why you aren't going to the hospital and going to his house instead?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said I was going to snitch on him. He wanted me to heal a little bit more before I went to the hospital.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you said that the day when you arrived at Mr. Sanders' home was August 2nd.
Yes.
Was it in the morning or the evening time?
Evening.
While you were at Mr. Sanders' home, is there another verbal altercation?
Objection calls for speculation. I mean, it's not speculation. Objection leading, excuse me.
If you don't leave, let the witness tell us what happened.
Ms. Johnson, how long were you at Mr. Sanders' home?
4 days.
4 days. During the 4 days that you were in Mr. Sanders' home, was there anything? What happened while you were at Mr. Sanders' home?
The first night it was calm until he had took me to his mom. His mom was upstairs. We was in a back room, and we was talking. He had gave me some water, and he thought I wanted to have sex with his brother, and I kept saying I didn't. So he got mad at me because his tablet.
You shouldn't have had what?
His tablet.
This is narrative, it's not responsive to the question, the question is overbroad, what happened over the course of
Do you
4
have a
days?
specific objection, sir?
Calls for narrative, what happened for 4 days, Judge? I don't.
She didn't say over the course of the 4 days, she told us what happened on the first day.
Well, the question was, what happened while you were there for 4 days?
So she told us what happened on the first day. Overruled, go ahead.
When Mr. Sanders hit you with the tablet, was this on August 2nd?
Yeah.
Does anything else happen on August 2nd?
No.
What happens on August 3rd?
We woke up and I asked him in the bathroom, but he said I had to do the cook. Because he's not agree with them, he didn't want to retrieve me. So then when I was getting up, he said
I'm objecting to the narrative here. I'm objecting to the witness, again, speculating as to what Mr. Sanders' intent is.
I didn't hear that. I heard tell us what he did.
Right.
Not what he intended. Overruled. Maybe so.
Thank you. You just testified that Mr. Sanders made you heal up on August 3rd?
Yeah.
What else happened between you and Mr. Sanders on August 3rd?
He slapped me because he said I was having sex with his brother while he was asleep.
After he slapped you, what happened?
We went downstairs, he started arguing with his brother.
At some point, does that argument turn towards you?
Yeah, he slapped both of us.
Does that altercation end?
Yes.
What else happened on August 3rd?
We went up the stairs. And we talking and smoking.
Is there any more physical violence on August 3rd?
No.
How about on August 4th?
No.
August 5th? On what day do you leave Mr. Sanders' home?
Saturday.
And what day was that? I told you that I was August 5th. Did you leave?
Objection.
Okay,
So I hear you better than you're saying.
I apologize, Judge. Objection.
withdrawn. On August 5th, you leave, on Saturday, you leave Mr. Sanders' home.
Yes.
And what day of the week was it when you got there?
Wednesday.
How do you come to leave Mr. Sanders' home?
He gave me some change to do my books.
Did Mr. Sanders tell you why he was allowing you to leave?
His brother put me some money. Something that I wanted to sleep in.
Mr. Sanders' brother told him you wouldn't snitch?
Yes.
And so you got on the bus with the change he gave you?
Yes.
And where did you go? At some point, do you call police?
No.
At some point, are police called?
No.
No more questions for the witness.
Carson, man.
Just briefly, Judge.
Once again, Your Honor, my supervisor would like to ask if there's one more question. During the 5 days that you were at Mr. Sanders' home, did you feel like you could leave?
No,
Why not?
because he told me from.
Objection leading, Judge.
It's not legal.
Did you feel like you could leave?
It's not legal.
He told me that he was gonna farm me.
No more questions for me.
What's that?
Ms. Johnson, you said that you were at Mr. Sanders' home for 4 days, correct?
Yes,
And his brother lives there as well, correct?
yes,
His mother lives there as well, correct?
I don't think so.
Other people live in the home, correct?
Yes,
His brother knew that you were there.
yes,
Other people knew that you were there.
no,
Just his brother.
yes,
Okay. You said that you spent some of the time in a bedroom, correct?
yes,
You said at another time that both of you were smoking, and that then after you were smoking, you went upstairs, correct?
no, we stayed in the streets.
Okay. Your testimony is that you never left the bedroom for 4 days?
We was arguing with Freddie, it was me and his buddy. We were downstairs, we was arguing with Freddie.
Okay, so at various points you left the bedroom.
Yes,
And you said you left on a Saturday?
yes,
Did you go talk to the police?
no,
Did you talk to the police about this at all between that Saturday, between that Saturday and then on September 15th?
no,
In that duration of time between the Saturday you left and the 15th, that was maybe 2 weeks? Is that fair?
what do you mean?
How many days took transpire between when you left on the Saturday and when you talked to the police? Was it 2 weeks?
No,
Was it 10 days? Was it longer than 2 weeks?
it was more like a month.
A month? So you didn't talk to the police about this for a month. And you went back over to his house during that month, correct?
No,
Did you have any contact with Mr. Sanders during that month?
yes,
You invited him to come over to your house, correct?
yes,
So you didn't feel like he was gonna kill you, correct?
I believe,
As he was coming and visiting you, you felt that way?
yes,
You were inviting him to come and visit you?
no,
You never invited Mr. Sanders to come and visit you?
no,
Did you see Mr. Sanders anywhere besides your home?
yes,
Where else did you see Mr. Sanders?
his brother was different.
Okay, so, you went to his brother's birthday party?
Oh, no, that was different.
Okay, where else did you see Mr. Sanders in the month between these events?
Just my house,
Just your house? You never told him to leave your house?
no,
And you never told the police that Mr. Sanders threatened to kill you?
I didn't,
You told them that when?
when I was my second,
Okay, you made your statement on the 16th and 17th,
yes,
but you never told the police that before the 16th and 17th, correct? You said you had your phone with you when you were at Mr. Sanders' home?
No, we have broken.
Okay. Did you have access to anyone else's phone?
No, all I had access to was his tablet, because I could take my sister off with a couple days later.
Okay. So while you were at Mr. Sanders' home, you were texting your sister on his tablet?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge. Any redirect?
Briefly on. Ms. Sanders, you just testified, I apologize. Ms. Johnson, you just testified that your phone was broken?
Yes.
How was your phone broken?
He smashed it with the house.
And when did you make your police report?
On 16th, September 16th.
When you made that police report, did you make another
Yes.
for a different case?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor.
You said that he allowed you to use his tablet
Yes.
to text your sister?
Yes.
Where was he at the time you were texting your sister?
He was right next to me.
Was he watching what you were doing?
Yes.
Who you were contacting?
Yes.
Did you feel you could reach out for help?
No,
Why not?
because he was watching me text my sister.
Okay. Questions based on that?
Your Honor, thank you.
One question. Your sister knew where you were, correct?
No.
Did your sister ask where you were?
Yes.
And did you chose not to respond to your sister's question?
No, I didn't. I told her I was somewhere else.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Judge.
People?
The people move to bind over as charged and also to add a count of interfering with filing a police report.
Is there a statute number?
Where do you get the interference with filing the police report?
The witness testified, Your Honor, that the defendant told her when they arrived at his home that she was there because he was afraid that if she went to the hospital, she would snitch on him for this. In addition, she wasn't able to contact anyone while she was there.
Is there any testimony that that's what she was going to do, that she had intention to go and make a police report?
No,
Or that she was just going to go to the hospital?
Just a few.
So,
I don't think, I'm objecting to the added charge. I don't think the elements are met. I'd like to be provided with a statute number.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, I don't. Thank you, Judge. And that's my argument as to the added charge. Judge, as to unlawful imprisonment, the statute requires that one of the three circumstances be met, that the person is restrained by means of a weapon or a dangerous instrument, the restrained person is secretly confined, or that the person is restrained to facilitate the commission of another felony. Or to facilitate flight after commission of another felony. And I don't think that any of those circumstances are met here, Judge.
Why not the secret confinement?
Well, first of all, there's another person that knows that she's there, Mr. Sanders' brother. And the witness testified that she had the ability to contact her sister. It was her intent, it was her decision.
He's standing guard over her, making sure he's monitoring her, what she's able to say to her sister.
Certainly, Judge, but at that point, it's her decision to keep some secret about where she is. It's not his decision to.
The reason that she's doing so is because she's intimidated by him. The threats that he's made, the violence that he's exhibited, and so forth.
Judge, this is my objection. I don't think that the elements are met. I don't think that there's probable cause to find that Ms. Johnson was secretly confined. And so I don't think that this is a felony.
As to the first element, Your Honor, the witness testified that defendant told her she wasn't able to leave, that she wasn't able to go to the hospital, although she made it clear that she wanted to go to the hospital. As to the second element, the witness also testified that there was a third male in the home who the defendant wanted her to hide from. She was peeing in the cup in the bedroom. And additionally, she testified that there were physical assault happening there.
I don't think there's any question that people have met their burden of probable cause as relates to the charges who saying the complaints are wrong. I find it quite sad that both the defendant and the victim are very, very young. I think they're both 18 years old, which is, like I said, extremely sad that a young man this young will be doing these kinds of things with beating this baby like that. He's a baby himself. Beating this baby like that, keeping her from the hospital because she may snitch if these allegations are true. There's certainly represents. I don't know anything about the complaining witness's home life, but if that was my daughter, I would leave that alone. Anyway, the people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges of claiming. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court criminal division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be October 11, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bound. Michael Watkins. Yes, sir. Calling case 2358604, State of Michigan versus Michael Watkins. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Jerry for the people, number 60249.
Your Honor, may it please this honorable court, Larry Cook on behalf of Michael Watkins, who stands to my immediate left. Mr. Watkins, state your name for the record, please.
Michael Watkins. There's a time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is dated as Latoya Hudson. She was notified of today's date and time for the hearing. She is not present and I cannot proceed without the testimony.
Mr. Watkins is like he thought he was saying something.
I told him, don't come to court any more dressed better than me. I told him that. At this time, Judge, we make a motion that the matter be dismissed. Of course, it's without prejudice.
So order, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
No.
I don't know what, you can go back. So you're approaching on the unrelated.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McPherson.
Come on, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley, what's that you got? Nah, bring that envelope. Let me see that. Oh, you can't have no pencil that long in here. Let me see that. Let me see that whole envelope. I'll give you a shorter pencil. You can't have that pencil. That's a weapon. Come on out. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. Okay, I'm gonna be too slow. We're not doing it yet.
Exactly.
All right, have a good one. Quickly. On the case 2259259, additional emergency case, right? Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 aggravated domestic violence. Defendant has permission from the court. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Judge King, G. Whitney, Mac Rivers on behalf of Mr. Bradley.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. Tell me your name, sir. There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, before it.
How many witnesses?
One witness.
So you may be seated.
Your Honor, can I request permission to practice on the record under court rule 8.120 under the supervision of APA Military?
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Your name?
And Gabrielle Pruitt. And calling my first witness,
Yes.
Ms. Rhonda King.
And please step forward, give your name and spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Voice is nice, and I'll speak to that microphone to your left, okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning, please state your name for the record.
Rhonda King. Rhonda King.
Ms. King, how do you know Eric Bradley?
I've been knowing Eric through my neighborhood over 20 years.
Would you recognize him if you seen him today?
Yes.
You seen him in the court?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and tell us where I am for him? Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
So no.
Ms. King, were you with Mr. Bradley at some point on January 22nd of 2022?
Yes.
Where were you, Mr. Bradley?
On Somerset Street in the driveway.
And Somerset Street, is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
In the county of Wayne?
Yes.
You said that you and Mr. Bradley were in the driveway?
We were sitting in my car in the driveway, in the driveway of the house where he was living, yes.
Were you coming from somewhere?
No, I was coming from home. We weren't coming from anywhere.
Okay, so you parked in the car in front of Mr. Bradley's home and Mr. Bradley's driveway?
Yes, ma'am. I pulled into the driveway. He came out and said,
Okay, at some point, do you all have a verbal argument?
well, we were in the car discussing somebody who went to jail recently, and we probably were in a disagreement about some stuff, and but it wasn't physical. It was just like, not, just arguing with it, no physical.
Did you and Mr. Bradley have any substances in the car?
We probably had marijuana in the car.
What about any alcohol?
No, none at that point.
At some point, do you and Mr. Bradley leave?
Yes, he asked me to run into the store. I take him to the store, right around the corner, Cognac Castle, less than 2 minutes away in my car. And then when he go in the store, come back out, I take him back home, back in the driveway.
What did Mr. Bradley get from that store?
He had a brown, looked like a little bag, but I see it was a bottle of Belvedere, a slim pint bottle. Belvedere out of a bottle.
Once you leave the store, you return back to the driveway?
Yes, ma'am. No other stop, straight back to the house.
Are you and Mr. Bradley still having that conversation about your mutual friend?
Yes, and it wasn't heated or nothing like that. We just were still talking. We were talking about other stuff in the neighborhood too. Like, other people that we knew, like I said, we know a lot of the same people.
At some point, did your conversation turn physical?
Yeah, well, we were talking, I was like, I'm gonna get ready to go, because it was getting late, it was cold outside, he just seemed, I can tell, I know Eric is good enough to know when he's mad about something, or he's like, just feeling some kind of way, and I see him push the bottle, I'm like, man, I need you with that, because we had, finished saying, but talking, like, in an aggressive manner.
Just to the narrative, here.
You say what?
Let's get some questions.
Exactly. We weren't really talking in an aggressive manner.
At some point, does something physical happen?
Yes, he took that bottle, but he still had it in that same right hand and swung it and hit me in my left eye. And it hit my temple and it looked like the widest part of it. It felt like it hit all right here. And then they got pictures and all that. My eye immediately started bleeding. I got a big cut, I had stitches and everything. This happened last year in January.
Was there liquor in that bottle?
Yes, it was still liquor in the bottle. We had been back from the store at 30 minutes. It's a pint.
Was it a glass bottle?
Yes, it was a glass bottle.
When he hit your left temple, did you suffer injuries?
Yeah, well, it was, my whole eye and my stitches, and I don't know all the medical terminologies for it, but I showed you, my medical records. I have a stack of medical bills, and yes, I'm still being treated for this. My retina was damaged in my eye, because it was a hard liquor bottle, flat in my legs, of course, and you come from the passenger seat straight to, and hit me on the side.
1 second here. No more questions for this witness.
Yeah, ma'am, on the date in question, can you tell me what time it is this first, would you first arrive at this driveway on Somerset?
Probably about 10 o'clock.
Is it
10 p.m.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Around that time, something.
And prior to that, have you and Mr. Bradley been anywhere?
No, I was coming from home at that point.
Have you been anywhere drinking or hanging out or anything like that?
No, sir, I was coming from home. It was 10 o'clock at night. It wasn't the end of the morning.
Have you been drinking that day?
No, sir.
And you said it was marijuana, probably in the car, were you smoking marijuana that
We
day?
probably were smoking marijuana when we were talking, that's correct.
I asked you, were you smoking marijuana that day?
Yes, sir, I smoked marijuana.
And when you, met up with, Mr. Bradley, you guys had a conversation, after that, in the driveway, correct?
We were sitting in my car, it was cold outside, and we were talking about a few things.
And your testimony today is that nothing got, conversation never got elevated.
Well, like I said, we were in a little disagreement and our voices probably raised, but it wasn't like we were physically fighting or nothing. It came like out of the blue. Like I told him, he hit me out of the blue.
I'm not at that point yet.
Oh, okay.
Now, did you ever have a chance to go to a club or a nightclub or casino that night?
No, sir. Absolutely
You gotta
not.
put me finish answering my question.
Okay.
So you never did any of that?
No, sir.
And do you know anything about a drug named Molly?
No, yes, sir, I know about it.
Were you taking any of those that day?
No, sir.
Now, after the conversation, you indicated that you and Mr. Bradley then traveled to a liquor store.
After the initial conversation, we went to the store around the corner. Yes.
And you recall how long you were in the car, having this conversation before you went to the liquor store? Did you recall?
Probably about 30 minutes or so.
And while you were in the car, did you again smoke marijuana this time with Mr. Bradley?
I probably did it, yes, sir.
And so, this liquor store, you said it was, Cognac Castle?
Yes, sir.
And how far away is that from your address?
2 minutes from 9911 Somerset.
Now, he goes in the store. Got a couple minutes in while in the store.
Probably 4 or 5 minutes. I guess, I'm not sure it was over here though.
He comes back out with a single package.
Yes, sir.
And did you see that package?
Uh-huh.
That yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, didn't go get in your vehicle.
He got back in the car on the passenger side.
And once in the vehicle, you guys drove back to the Somerset address?
Yes, sir.
And then what occurred?
We were still talking, we were in the car. And we were still talking, and then I pulled back in the driveway. And I say maybe 20, 30 minutes tops. I was like, I'm about to go, because I see him acting different. It was cold already, and I kept running my gas out. And then I see him clench the bottle, and I was, I can't remember what was said before it, but I remember saying, you better not hit me with that, just because he clenched the bottle.
And when he clenched the bottle, prior to that, and while still in the car with Mr. Bradley, did you ever hit him?
No, I didn't hit him at all.
Did you ever hit, put your nails in?
No, I don't remember. I'm not sure. I do remember like going at him after he hit me, so I might have done it then, but I didn't before that.
So in response to my question that you were not aggressive at all until after
Correct, that is correct.
Now, when you say he hit you, you called what hand the bottle was in?
It was in his right hand. Sitting right here against the door.
And which eye did you say,
This side, my left eye.
so are you sitting side by side in the vehicle?
Yes, sir. He's in the passenger, I'm the driver.
And did you see her reach across you and hit you in your left eye?
It came so fast, that's what I said, out of the blue.
So if it came so fast, how you know he hit you with his fist and not with the bottle?
I felt, he had the bottle in his hand, sir. You just clearly see the bottle,
You about to say you felt it or did you see it?
I did both.
Did you actually see the bottle coming at your eye?
Yes, sir, I did see the bottle coming at my eye, that is correct.
And after you just alleged hit the bottle, that's when you retaliated.
I probably grabbed at him, but I know I grabbed my eye immediately. And within not even a minute and a half, probably 2 minutes, he jumped out, without saying a word, he jumped out of my car, ran in the house, and I haven't seen him anymore. That's what happened. I called the police. I drove maybe half a block.
Then, this last question, last couple questions. Then, once you guys return to the location on Somerset, you don't open the bottle and drink it at all?
No, sir, I did not drink any of that.
Sick. Your testimony is that this happened at night?
Yes, sir, it was at night.
And did you have a chance to make a police report in this case?
Yes, I did, absolutely.
Now, I don't want to misstate the police report, but I don't know if you need to see this to fresh recollection, but did you recall saying that it happened at 10 o'clock in the morning?
No, absolutely not. I went to the hospital that night.
St. John, I had to drive myself until they told me to leave my truck open.
Other question?
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. You have witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Judge.
People?
Your Honor, the people move to my restaurant.
Mr. McRippon?
I don't have any witnesses at the beginning, Your Honor, but as far as final. This is a question of fact.
I agree. This is a question of fact. The court, after hearing the testimony of Ronald King, is satisfied the people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to be discontented. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be October 11, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Bond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, have a good day, sir. Thanks, you too. Have you seen Mr. Gagnon?
Yeah, he's here and I have no one on both cases, so I'm gonna bring both of them.
Okay.
Yes.
For fingerprints for Mr. Brad.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You need to just take this down, right?
Yes.
Okay, you need to ROA with it?
Yes, sure. Yeah.
I got it. Oh, you got it, okay.
This is your presentation.
Thank you.
889. Got them together?
889.
Yes.
I cover fair, 98.
Stand.
What's your name, sir?
Timothy Tyrone Clark.
Calling case 2359049, people of the state of Michigan versus Timothy Tyrone Clark III. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green, the CCP number 60249.
Brian Gagnon, Neighborhood Defender Service, 64220.
Your name again for the record, sir?
Timothy Tyrone Clark.
There's a time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is in Sherry and Watkins. She is not present. I cannot speak on this testimony.
I move to dismiss this without prejudice.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice, such as the dismissal order.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, no.
This part. Wait, no,
Have a good day.
Don't go nowhere.
Isaiah Darnell Myers. Calling case 2-3, thank you. 58992 for the state of Michigan versus Isaiah Darnell Myers. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 malicious destruction of personal property, $200 or more but less than $1,000. Count 3 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grant, number 60249.
Brian Gagnon, sir, Neighborhood Defender Service, P 64220.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Isaiah Mike.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Pleading witness is Ms. Chanel Hopkins. She is not present and I cannot proceed without the testimony today.
Your Honor, I have a motion to court to dismiss without prejudice, please.
So order. Dismiss this matter without prejudice. And just like that, we're back on track.
We're back on break.
Back on track.
Oh, yeah, back on track after that first one, yeah. You said it though, remember you said.
Back on schedule. Ms. Barron here?
Yes, she's okay.
That was good. On case 2359048 for the state of Michigan versus Jacob Eason. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Grant with legal P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron, 85265, representing Mr. East Area Director.
Jacob. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this moment. I just have to wait 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Absolutely.
I got you.
Don't worry about it.
That's good. I don't
Mr. Kleinfeld.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I think Mr. Jaffe is about to, I'm sorry, my video's about to zoom in. He just retained in on Rodney Irving, which is set for exam tomorrow.
So what is he gonna, so Mr.
Your Honor.
Jaffe,
Your Honor, good morning.
you know better than that. How you gonna come in on the case the day before the exam? Are you gonna be ready?
Well, Your Honor, excuse me, respectfully, Your Honor, I was trying to get a hold of I was trying to actually get the discovery yesterday in light of the fact that I just retained in, and then it was brought to my attention that there's an exam tomorrow. I mean, no disrespect to the court, I would just greatly appreciate a brief adjournment, Your Honor, so I get the discovery and prepare for this exam.
We have you sit as second chair.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
I said we can have you sit as second chair.
So the answer is no. Is that correct, Your Honor?
You retain in on the day before the exam. You do so at your own peril.
Your Honor, I guess in light of that, assuming that Mr. Kleinfeld can give me the discovery quickly, I'll make sure I'm available tomorrow.
Right now.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
I was telling Mr. Kleinfeld he needs to get that to you immediately, like right now.
Okay.
Yes, I've sent the paper discovery. I'm creating a new case in evidence.com to send the video discovery right now. I'm working on that.
Okay, make sure you get that to him ASAP.
And then, Your Honor, this is called for 1 o'clock tomorrow?
I don't know, you guys will know better than I do. I think I have one scheduled at, hold on, I'll tell you one second.
I think it's 10 a.m.
I have one at 10 and I have one at 1:30, I believe. Which is which, I'm not sure. Yeah, I have it at 10 and 1:30. The 10 o'clock is case number 230-587-8601.
That's this one, yeah.
Okay, so that's at 10 o'clock. All right, looking for you, Mr. Jaffe. Nothing good on TV tonight, so you'll be able to do this.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's not 11:45 yet, though. Oh, I'm sorry. In this case, we scheduled at 11:30.
No problem.
Case 2359048 People versus Jacob Real. Proven discharged in count 1 assault intended to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Draper, the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron, P 85265, representing Mr. Easley. Mr. Easley,
There's daytime set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Carlisha Thomas. She is not present and I do not receive valid testimony.
Judge, I move that it gets dismissed.
So ordered. Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Sorry, stop the wrong way.
Who's your birthday? My birthday is 2/27/56.
Ms. Watts here, so she's next door doing the case also.
Okay, we have one before hers anyway.
Yeah.
Ms. Barron, you ready on the packet?
He's in custody.
Okay.
I'll get him right up here.
I gave him a personal bond with the temple. Why is he still in?
Just King, we need Haggard.
Waiting on tether.
Just King. Stanley Haggard.
Since Friday.
Thank you.
Yeah. I called the jail to follow up today.
You waiting on the defendant?
Yeah, Haggard, yes, sir. Your Honor, I called him. They should be bringing him up shortly.
Okay.
I've already called. He ain't made it up yet, Miss Barron. He's on the way in transit.
You have your. Hold on. Oh, she did. You don't go like back and forth. You know, you do it all the way. Other courtrooms, you do it. Lay back, please. Hello again. How you doing, sir? Give me your name. All right, okay, well, we can short. Matter of fact, you come on out. Okay, counselor, your client would like to see you. Thank you, Barb. Well, I mean, she can tell.
You don't see us steady handing the minutes up to him this time?
I'm multitasking. I was just merely letting her know. She like giving me a hard time.
Yeah,
She don't know I'm your right hand man, so she better watch.
what you use, right hand man?
That's right.
Can you let her out, right hand man? Can you let the council out, right hand man?
Absolutely, Miss Pam. Yes, come on, sir.
We got the Southwest vibe going on.
Southwest.
You can't be chastising me.
Stanley Hackett, calling case 2359029, people of the state of Michigan versus Stanley Hackett. Defendant charged in count 1 weapons, firearms, possession by felony, count 2 felony firearms, count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4 felony firearms, count 5 domestic violence. As an individual defendant, second offense notice, appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people team number 60248.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron, 85265, representing Mr. Hackler.
Stanley Hackett. Today's date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is Ms. Latoya Hudson. She is not present for court today, and I cannot proceed without the testimony.
Judge, I move to dismiss the case.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Was not released at that.
Stay right there, they'll be in the picture.
That's what's up.
Thank you, sir.
Well, sir. Bring them out to you. Bring them out to you.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, bye.
Here, here's your other one. Is this your phone on the back?
Taylor. Thank you. Just can't go. Okay. Yeah, he should be going back down. Oh, yeah, I did. Hold on. Oh, no, somebody, yeah, I need this. Hello? So, yeah, he's good. Okay, you're welcome.
Major. What else you need?
Which one is that?
Major, they're gonna major. Okay. On one seat. Did they, get them fingerprints?
They down there, they gonna let me know when they're ready.
Okay.
I'm gonna check with them, but, you know, this Major Smith was a probable cause, I'm just sending paperwork on.
Well, he got major. He got a, permit.
Cause no paperwork on it.
Okay, well, I don't know.
I was just asking.
No, I'm not being smart. I'm just saying, I'm not being smart.
Okay. No, it's fine. I just need to know. I know he wasn't physically here, so usually they're not physically here. I don't expect a minute.
Oh, okay.
No. I was sending to the jail paperwork only, so the jail will still have the information.
Well, I got some other ones I need to send to the jail, so I send it to. Okay. Cause I asked you, I said, who all did you need? Because you held up something and
I need, I need Eric Bradley and Jakari Sanders.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we are. I mean, we got to send it to the. Yeah, Major, yeah, major.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Our total project, I believe Your Honor is about to start another case next door. And I think it's a two-bagger. I'm waiting for my co-worker to let us know. For Ms. White.
Okay.
That everyone else is. Your Honor, she said it's gonna be probably 30 minutes more. They haven't even.
We have witnesses on our case.
Yes. We have, I don't know if they use officers, but they said they weren't subpoenaed, but they were subpoenaed. Prosecutor said she didn't subpoena, but then we have to pay for it also.
Okay, so
But it's not gonna be the 12, but she's, you know. They haven't even reported her, she's in the. Madam Clerk, you got any, thing on Sanders or, Bradley?
Yeah, so once I finish them, I'll give them to, that's what I just told. I'm in the process of training the two, so.
No, okay. No, that's
Okay, all right.
Well, we thought about watching the league, watching why they won't be paid.
John, so she come for 30 minutes, can we take a 3-minute break real quick, and then we can just go on through to our 1 o'clock?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
No problem. We're gonna need glasses.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all it is. So, Yeah.
Yes.
So, Jakari Sanders, he's going to juvenile, we're going to Frankfurt.
Charge as well. Okay, because he's probably being housed.
Okay, so that's why you signed this one?
I signed up, I didn't see anything else.
Oh, okay.
There another one in there?
Yeah, that's what it started to me. And then my second question is, maybe I got it wrong, but I thought that the charge was added to 201. The case ended in 201, not the case ended in 301. Oh, okay. All right, because we added a
It wasn't
count.
the one with
Imprisonment.
it wasn't that.
Oh, it wasn't that one? Okay, it was the one with the assault to do, okay. Okay. So it was 301 then. So, okay. And felonious. Yes. So they did, okay, 301. Okay. And now I just need to yeah, he just. So that's good.
Just the one with the charge was added.
I gave you both copies, that's 201.
No.
Right, I just need you to sign in the spot for the 2 minutes. Oh, yeah. No, you got, I thought you did. You did.
Hi. Sorry. I told, this is my niece, she's a new boy. Introduce the Judge King.
What's your name?
Zaria.
What is it?
Zaria Kennedy.
Kenneth. Hey, Miss Kenneth.
Hi. I was explaining to her, I said, now, I'm gonna go over here and get told off by Judge King.
I'm about to make your auntie out of a liar.
I know, I was nervous, I'm like, uh-oh. Well, sometimes stuff, yeah, you have to, but you have to let the court know kind of what's going on. So that happens, you have to make sure that they know. So like in another courtroom. Okay, so oh my goodness. Let me talk to the client and let me get the court form. Question for me? I need the files because we had a.
You need the who?
The court's files, when she signed for waivers. Okay. Because we had an unexpected event happen. Okay. So I need to make you aware, let me just find out, I hope they brought them up. Yes. You can. I'm just a piece that I'm sitting down there. Up here. Oh, so they come back to work. Okay. Your Honor, I'm gonna go downstairs, because I'm not sure whether he's up here or down there, but I'm gonna go down and check.
Okay.
Yes.
Since I was there.
Is it because I'm here? What is it? I think that I'm here.
What's going on?
What's going on? Am I going to any form? I'm just saying.
That right.
Bring them up.
No.
Hey, LT, can I get, Clemens up, please? I'll have to table that. Officer Taylor. Hey, what's up, man, prosecutor?
Hi.
What's going on? Are they, please?
One, she said that we are here, but we don't see them out there. So today,
Your line?
a young adult,
One way?
yeah.
You guys say anything about all phones, TVs, and radio devices when you shut off the TV?
Yeah, I saw it on, yeah, I did, I saw it, yeah.
Yeah, the government supposed to be sending some type of national alert.
Yeah.
And a lot of people feel like it's just them
Yeah.
checking, being able to check on. So
They want to make sure they can reach us and know that is. Because what's any different than the Amber Alert that you get at 2:30 in the morning to knock out? We think you, that's right. They come to all. Jakari got another one coming too, I think that'll be it. Right, you don't have the other one, because I gotta add the charge, I gotta take my time. You may want to start. One of the cards. Give him that.
Here you go, Mr. Taylor.
This is Jakari, he got another one coming.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. I just heard the door shit, so they probably just came. I just heard the door shit, if you asked me. So they
And all,
probably-
everybody ready on the other one too.
Hey, it's gonna be a waiver.
Okay. We have my file.
How you doing?
Oh, behind the side, it's a piece behind the glass.
Oh, okay. We'll wait on the sign.
Okay.
See, Ms. Watson, we worked it out. See, you have to like that. Thank you so much.
All right.
I gave her a hard time, Judge.
Hold on a second, Carmen. You gonna stand to the left. You got the waiver sign? All right, go ahead, stand to the left of your turn. Carmen, I'm putting the paperwork right here.
Okay. Getting all this squared up.
Yes.
On this case? Okay. Did you hear that, Ms. Mark?
Yes,
Okay.
I got 2 copies.
We have the file back.
Oh,
You
yes,
don't
I was
want-
reading through my first one in pen, so that's
You don't have to sign it now, because it's not.
Oh, I don't think you. Oh, there's a mandatory one, I missed that part. Okay.
That's what
On
I'm saying.
both
Did
of
you hear
them. On both of them. Okay. Got it. That was Steve, you might have to take one here.
No, you're on.
I'm just bringing my stuff. Robert. No, I was just gonna grab my things that I be glad to put on the record. before I grab
Calling
them.
case 2358947, people of the state of Michigan versus Darnell Clemens. Defendant is charged with count 1. Count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence, aggravated second offense notice. He also has case 2358948. Charged with count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count two, aggravated domestic violence, second offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning to this honorable court. Good afternoon. Carolyn Solari, number 86651 to the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor, Coral Watt, 41508 on behalf of Mr. Clemens.
Tell me your name, sir.
Darnell Clemens, Your Honor.
There's date, time set for preliminary examination on both matters. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses? Which case are you?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Which case are you proceeding with first?
Your Honor, we're proceeding with case number, the incident of 9/14/2023. And we're proceeding first. Your Honor, would you like me to provide the case number?
Both have the same offense date, 9/15/2023.
One moment, Your Honor.
Someone put the same information in both files, because this is the exact same charges. Oh, put that. Oh, no, wait, they're the same.
You know, one just has a crime for a third count. 701 just has.
I don't have that for the third count. I just have the two counts. Which one has the third count?
The one is 4801.
Correct. Sorry.
Is that the one you're proceeding on first?
Correct.
I need an information for that, because I just have the two count information. Probably inside.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Get that
Okay, let's try this again. This is case number 2358948. People versus Darnell Clemens. Defendant charged with count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence, second offense notice. Domestic violence and or mortal assault of pregnant woman, second offense notice. Count three, interfering with crime report. You ready to proceed to the exam?
Yes, Your Honor, the people are ready to proceed.
How many witnesses?
Your Honor, we have one witness to the plaintiff, Michelle Dorsey. And we also do have 4 officers on standby. We do not anticipate calling all 4 officers at most, it would be 1 witness.
Are you pursuing?
Your Honor, the people call Michelle Dorsey.
Give your name and spell it to me, ladies. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. And please have a seat with the response right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone. To the left, okay? Maybe begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dorsey. Good afternoon. Would you kindly state your name once again for the record?
Yes, Michelle Dorsey.
Ms. Dorsey, I'd like to, one moment. I'd like to draw your attention to the date of September 14th, 2023. At about at about 2 p.m. Where were you around that time, if you recall?
Around 2 p.m., I was at the gas station at the local, 7 Mile in Velocity.
Is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
County of Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing there?
Just getting snacks for my children.
Okay. And at any point, do you come into contact with an individual by the name of Darnell Clemens?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that person to you?
He's the father of my twin girls.
And do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
I would ask that you kindly point to that individual and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing.
Right here, yes, dark green shirt on with a white shirt underneath.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would ask this court to admit in-court identification of the defendant.
So noted.
So at any point, did you come into contact with Mr. Clemens?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
At the gas station in Snowball.
And what happened?
He walks in, he starts screaming, yelling at me.
Do you recall what he was screaming or yelling at you?
He was upset that I was taking too long at the store, so he was screaming about the time.
Okay. And what happens after that? Or what happens while he's screaming and yelling, if anything?
He continued to scream, I continued to ignore him, I didn't respond.
And what happens after that?
I leave the gas station, he grabs my bags before I was able to from the clerk, and I walk out the gas station.
And when you walk out the gas station, where are you headed?
The apartment.
Which apartment?
So I see apartment 202, apartment number.
Is the address on that 19265 Shiawassee Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
In the city of Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
County of Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so did you walk or drive back to your residence?
I walked.
Okay, and as you were walking, what if anything was happening?
He continued to scream and yell.
And what were you doing?
I didn't respond.
Okay. And did you, if you recall, how long was that walk?
4 minutes.
Okay. And did he follow you back to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything, if anything, did anything occur before you got to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened, if anything?
Darnell Clemens was talking to me. He grabbed the back of my hair with his right arm.
Okay, so I'm gonna break that down a bit. So was he walking behind you, beside you? Can you describe that on your way back to the residence?
He was walking beside
you, okay. Was he, if you recall, was he walking to your right or to your left hand side?
To my right.
Okay, so how did he grab your hair?
He had the bags in his left hand, and with his right hand, he reached over and grabbed the back of my head.
Your Honor, for the record, Ms. Dorsey is holding out her right hand and she's gesturing a clawing motion. Okay, so he's digging into the back of your hair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what happens after that?
I'm gonna scream.
Okay, and as you're screaming, what's happening?
He's still holding on to the back of my head. Then he grabbed the bags that was in my hand and moved them across the street.
Okay, and when he was grabbing, so did he grabbed onto your hair or your head?
My hair.
Okay, your hair. And did he pull out your hair at any point?
Yes, ma'am.
What part of your hair did he pull out?
The back of my head towards my neck.
Ms. Dorsey had asked that you lift for the court, you lift your hair up. Could you show the court what part of your hair was pulled out?
Yes. Right where you see where it's short at compared to the rest of my hair is where he yanked my hair out.
Your Honor, I asked that.
Can you turn just a little bit more towards my thing? All right. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. So that's the right hand side of your head, is that correct, Ms. Dorsey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so at some point, are you able to break free from his grip?
He eventually let me go.
Okay, and what happened when he let you go?
I started walking towards the apartment.
Okay, did you get to the apartment at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to clarify again, this is the apartment at 19265 Shiawassee, spelled Shiawassee Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you make your way to your apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens there?
He follows me inside. He continues to scream.
Before you continue, did you ask him to come inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so he follows you inside. What happens after that?
He continued to scream and yell. I didn't respond.
Okay, and what happens after that, if anything?
He gets upset that I'm not responding. And then he launches at me again, grabbing my neck and digging his fingernails into my neck.
Okay, so I'm gonna break that down a bit, okay? So he follows you into the apartment. Is he behind you when he follows you in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so does he grab you? And you said he had his hands around your neck, correct? Does he grab you with one hand or two hands?
Two.
And is it from behind or from face to face?
Face to face.
So can you describe the breakdown for the court, how that happens? At what point did you turn around once you entered the residence?
Once he entered in behind me, he was still screaming. I turned around.
Okay. And at this point, what does he do? If anything?
He was said that I didn't answer his question.
Okay.
And that's when he launched at me, grabbing both of my, with both his hands, grabbing my neck.
Okay. And what was he doing?
He digged his fingernails into my neck, leaving scars and scratches.
Do you still have scars and scratches on your neck today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you mind showing them to the court and pointing them out? Now, may I please convey Ms. Dorsey?
yes, can you show me one more time? Are you saying there's something still there? Indicating for the record, it looks like some recently healed scars and scratches, very light on the left collarbone.
Ms. Dorsey, while he has his hands around your neck, what if anything is he saying to you?
I can't recall if he was playing the game.
Okay. So what happens, so he's at some point, are you able to, what happens after that? So he's at this point, he has both hands around your neck. What's happening?
Yes, eventually I was able to get away. He loosened up the grip and I was able to push my body away from his.
And what happened after that?
He continued screaming, and then he started to say that he apologized.
What was he apologizing about, do you recall?
For him choking me and getting his fingernails into my neck. I was bleeding a lot. Apologize for that.
And when he, just moving back a bit, when he had his hands around your neck, what were you feeling at that time?
I couldn't breathe.
Okay, what were you thinking at that time?
We need to get away from this guy from killing.
And how about, if you can recall, only if you can recall about how long he had his hands around your neck?
Can't recall.
Okay. So was it more than a few seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Was it more, if you recall, was it more than 20 seconds?
I can't recall.
Okay. So moving forward, you're able to break free. What happens after that?
He continued screaming and yelling. He was getting himself upset because I wasn't responding to what he was saying. Then he launched at me again and put me in the headlock. And this is when I lost consciousness.
So we're gonna break that down a bit, okay? So you stated that he was yelling and screaming, and at some point he lunged at you. How did Mr. Clemens lunge at you?
He grabbed my neck with both hands again, spinning me around, put me in a headlock.
We'll get to that point in a moment. So he lunges at you, face forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated he was yelling at you. Well, at this point, do you recall what he was yelling about?
I can't recall.
Okay. So he lunges at you, and how exactly does he, can you describe to the court how he puts you in a headlock?
Yes. He puts his arm around my neck and brings me down.
I'll stop you right there. To your recollection, do you recall what arm he was using?
His right arm.
His right arm. And so, to your recollection, was the left side of your body resting on the right side of his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how were you positioned during this time?
He brought me down into a squatting position.
How did he bring you down into a squat position?
When he brought me into a headlock, he brought me down. His body launched down with it and bringing me down with it.
Your Honor, just for the record, the complainant is, Ms. Dorsey is making a gesture where she's holding her right arm into the headlock position and gesturing what's happening as she's describing it. So what happens next?
I lost consciousness. I woke up on the
Before
floor.
you lost consciousness, let's just take a step back. What sensations were you feeling?
I couldn't breathe. I started spitting.
Why were you spitting?
Because I couldn't breathe.
Okay. What, if anything, were you thinking at this time?
That I was going to die.
Okay. And what happens after that?
I black out.
Do you recall how long you were blacked out for?
I can't recall.
And at some point, do you wake up?
Yes.
And what do you see when you wake up?
I'm on the floor.
Okay.
Darnell Clemens was standing over me.
Okay. Did he say anything to you at this time?
By this time, I was crying
And he told me to shush, the police are outside.
Okay. And did you hear the police outside the door?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you say anything?
I did.
Why couldn't you?
Darnell Clemens, please hand over my mouth.
So what happens after that? Did the police leave at any point?
Yes, and eventually leave.
And throughout the duration of this time, he has his hand over your mouth?
Yes, ma'am.
And is he saying anything to you?
So please stay quiet, the police are here.
And how many times does he say that if you recall? Was it more than once? Okay. So the police leave, what happens afterwards?
I convinced him to let me out of the apartment to go and see if the police were downstairs, so I could tell them if they were still there or not. Otherwise, he wouldn't let me out of the apartment.
Okay, and so at some point, do you leave the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what are you doing at this point?
I was actually trying to catch the police, but they were already gone, so I called them back once I reached the parking lot.
Okay, and how long did you stay in the parking lot for? If you recall?
A good 10 to 12 minutes.
Okay. And so at some point, do officers arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
If you recall, were they in a squad car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall how many officers arrived at this point?
It's 4.
Okay. Were they all in uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do they make contact with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do they ask you, do any of these officers ask you for a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you provide them with a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you tell them?
I told them about the incident that just happened with him, with me and Hannah, and I'm losing consciousness. And the incident that happened earlier outside with him assaulting me.
Right. And did you provide them with a physical description of what he was wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
If you recall, what was he wearing at the time?
He had dark pants, black pants, white shirt with black sweater over the white shirt.
At this time, after you provide your statement, only if you know, do you know if they were looking for Mr. Clemens?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they able to apprehend Mr. Clemens at that time?
None of that.
Or speak with him, or make, I should say, did they make contact with Mr. Clemens at that time?
No.
So what happens afterwards? At some point, do the officers leave?
Yes.
And what happens after that?
I returned to the apartment. Sometime later, Darnell Clemens come back to the apartment.
Do you recall how much time it elapsed between the police leaving and then Mr. Clemens making contact with you again?
I can't recall.
Okay. So you're at your apartment. How did you know was he come to the door? Can you describe the contact that he made?
Yes, he came to the door, banging on the door, yelling. I picked up the phone, called the police.
Okay. And did the police arrive at any point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how long after you made the call they arrived?
I can't recall.
Okay. At this point, when the police arrived, is Mr. Clemens still behind the door?
No, he ended up leaving.
How did you know he was leaving?
I looked outside the window and I seen him walking towards the stairs.
And just for clarification of the record, by him, you mean Mr. Clemens?
Yes.
So officers come to your door. Were they, do you recall how many officers came?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
It was 2.
Were they in full uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
And did they came to your door? Did you just say that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
And do they make contact with you?
Yes.
Do they ask you to provide a statement?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you tell them at that time?
and told them about the incident, them immediately allowed them to lose consciousness in the incident of them grabbing the back of my head.
Okay. And were they aware that if only if you know, were they aware that officers had been there previously?
I told them.
Okay. At this time, did you provide a physical description to these officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the same physical description that you provided the officers earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this time, only if you know, are they attempting to, what else did you tell them? So you told them about if you could describe for the record one more time what you told them?
Yes, I told them about the incident with him. Immediately allowed them to lose consciousness, and the incident when he dragged me outside with my hair off.
Did you know whether Mr. Clemens was still on the premises?
I didn't know.
Okay, and at this time, only if you know, were the police looking for Mr. Clemens?
Yes.
Okay. And one moment. What happened after you're providing your statement?
One of the officers went downstairs to speak with maintenance of the building. And that's when he came to Clemens, but he
Your
wasn't
Honor,
sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object, unless she was there to see what the officer did and what happened. I believe this would be more proper for the officer to indicate what he did and what he saw.
So, Ms. Dorsey, I'm going to ask that you only testify to what you know or personally observed through, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, to what you personally observed, what happened after you provided your statement to the officers?
I was standing outside and seeing it with my own two eyes. The officer was talking to the maintenance. The other officer was upstairs with me from the balcony. The officer got finished talking to maintenance.
So, I'm just going to jump right down there. Did you see one of the officers speaking to the maintenance worker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, continue, please.
He
He.
The officer who was speaking with the maintenance.
Okay.
Ends the conversation with the maintenance guy and started to head back upstairs to where me and the other officer was at.
Okay.
That's when I seen Darnell Clemens start running towards the back of the apartment. I told the police officers, there he is, he's running, and they started pursuing him on foot.
And how did you know it was Mr. Clemens?
I saw him, he had the description of the clothes, I saw his face.
And only if you know, do you know if they were able to apprehend Mr. Clemens?
No, they weren't.
Okay. And at some point, did the police leave?
Yes.
One moment here. Your Honor, at this time, the people have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a few questions. Good afternoon, Ms. Dorsey.
Good afternoon.
Now, you've indicated that the events that you described, that they all occur on September 14th?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've indicated that initially you first had contact with Mr. Clemens at the gas station, correct?
Yes.
And you went to that gas station, you went on foot, you walked to the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Clemens accompany you to the gas station?
No.
So you're in the gas station, you have contact with Mr. Clemens, you described that, and then you began walking back to 19265 Shiawassee, correct?
Yes.
And is that where Mr. Clemens lives?
Well, he's supposed to be on no contact order, so he's not allowed to be there at the residence. But that was his apartment before the no contact order.
Okay, so that was Mr. Clemens' apartment originally?
Originally.
Okay.
And so you're walking back to the apartment at Shiawassee, and you all had, did you share that apartment one time? Briefly. Okay. And so you get back to the apartment, you've described having an altercation with Mr. Clemens, or Mr. Clemens, you said assaulted you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any time, did you assault Mr. Clemens?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At any time, did you have any weapons, knives, guns, or anything that you attempted to use against Mr. Clemens?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so you've indicated that Mr. Clemens, outside, he pulled your hair. Would that be a fair description?
Yes, ma'am.
And then inside, you've indicated that he put you in a headlock.
Yes.
Okay. And so you've indicated Mr. Clemens leaves. Who calls the police? Did you call the police?
Describe when incident?
You've indicated that at some point, Mr. Clemens said to you, you testified to this, that the police are outside. Did you call the police?
The first time the police were contacted was by someone else.
Okay. And so you don't know, but you're not sure how to describe that. The first time that you're aware that the police are outside is when you testified that Mr. Clemens said you this. Is that be fair to say?
When I woke up on the floor after losing consciousness, that's when he told me the police were outside.
Okay. And so you don't have any contact with the police on that occasion, correct? You don't talk to them. Okay. So that's a no, you don't talk to them, correct?
No.
Okay. And so you've indicated that the police come back a second time. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you call the police that second time?
Yes.
Okay. And so you called the police returned, and that's when you have your conversation that you described with the police officer.
Yes.
And where is Mr. Clemens, if you know, when you're having this conversation?
Which time?
She only talked to him one time. She just said she didn't have contact with him for the first time. And that, okay, so this, I'm talking about the time that I'm talking about now. When you indicated you called them, you're having a conversation with them, do you know where Mr. Clemens is?
The second incident?
Yes, the one that you just described to me. You just described an instance where you talked to the police, that instance.
Yes, ma'am. I was downstairs in the parking lot and I contacted the police.
Okay, you're talking to the police, correct? Because you contacted them, correct? What, do you know where Mr. Clemens is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you return from the parking lot back up to your apartment after speaking to the police in the parking lot?
Yes, the police went upstairs first.
Okay, and then you accompany the police, would that be fair to say?
Well, they went up first to make sure the police wasn't in your apartment. We left. Then they instructed me to come upstairs after.
Okay, so you go upstairs after, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you continuing to have a conversation with the police when you go upstairs to your apartment? Are you still talking to them?
Yes.
Okay, and is that when you say you see Mr. Clemens?
No, this is the second incident. The third incident, the third time, this is now my second time calling the police.
Right.
That's when I told them that I seen Mr. Clemens running across the apartment.
Okay, so the first time, you don't have any conversation with the police that they come. The second time, you've indicated you called them to the location and you talked to them in the parking lot, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the third time, did you call the police a third time to return?
Yes, ma'am.
And the third time that you called the police, where does that conversation take place? And is that when you're indicating you saw the
Yes, banging on the door. Yes.
The third time? Where are the police when Mr. Clemens is banging on the door? Yeah, the third time.
they weren't on scene yet, I have to call them, and we have to do it.
Okay, and so you've indicated that the police do arrive the third time, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to them in your apartment, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm asking you is that third time when you were talking to them in your apartment, is that the time when you're in your apartment talking to the police that you're indicating you saw Mr. Clemens?
By this time, we stepped outside the apartment on the balcony.
Okay.
And we were right outside the door.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor? I just need one second. I have no further questions.
You redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may sit down. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, no further witnesses, people rise at this time.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people would ask to bind over his charge and preserve the record.
Your Honor, I believe that it's going to be a question of fact or prior fact as it relates to obviously the DV charge, the domestic violence, sorry. As it relates to the GBH, it's charged as a strangulation, so I believe that's going to also be a question of fact, Your Honor.
I agree. Court after hearing the testimony of Ms. Dorsey is satisfied with to admit the verdict of probable cause and relates to all the charges contained in the complaint. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finds probable cause to be committed. Round over to Lane County Circuit Court. This arraignment on the information dated time of the October 11, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now calling.
Jump this way, sir.
2-3.
Oh,
Yeah, one more.
oh, sorry.
Calling case 2358947. People of the state of Michigan versus Darnell Clemens. Sorry from top. One, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count two, aggravated domestic violence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Carolyn Solari, P number 86651 for the people.
And good afternoon again, Your Honor. Coral Watt, hearing on behalf of Mr. Clemens, 4150.
Are we ready to proceed in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me your name, sir.
Darnell Clemens, Your Honor.
How many witnesses on this matter?
Your Honor, the people are going to call Michelle Dorsey, the victim. We do have 2-3 officers on standby for this. We only anticipate calling an additional officer if that. So 2 total.
Your first witness.
Your Honor, the people called Michelle Dorsey.
Ms. Dorsey, please raise your right hand again. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat just as before.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello again, Ms. Dorsey. Would you please state your name one more time for the record?
Yes, Michelle Dorsey.
Ms. Dorsey, I'd like to direct your attention to the date of September 15th, 2023. In the early morning, we say around 2 or 3 a.m. of the 15th, were you at the location? Where were you at that time?
I was at the apartment 19265, so apartment 202.
Is that spelled SHIAWASSEE?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the county of Wayne?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were in your apartment at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Around that time, did you come into contact with an individual by the name of Darnell Clemens?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you kindly, if you see that individual in the courtroom today, I'd ask that you kindly point to that individual and describe an article of clothing that they are wearing.
Yes. He's right there, dark green shirt, with a white shirt.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the record reflect that Ms. Dorsey has identified Mr. Clemens. Thank you, Your Honor. So, at what point in that early morning did you come into contact with Mr. Clemens?
I believe between 2:30 and 3:30, 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Would you tell us what happened around that time?
Yes. He entered the apartment.
I'm gonna stop you right there. How did he enter the apartment?
He has spare key that I have no idea he had.
Did he have permission to enter the apartment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so he enters the apartment, what happens next?
He enters, I look to see him coming inside the apartment. I'm in the back room, the bedroom. I jump up. I look and I see him coming in. And he started coming towards the bedroom where I was at.
What, if anything, was he saying to you at this time?
He was just basically apologizing for what he did earlier to me.
Okay. And what happened next?
He was calm at first, but mind you, I'm still not responding. Then he started bringing up some other things that happened in the past to get himself upset because I wasn't responding, so he didn't have a reason to,
What other things was he bringing up?
Just about, it was an incident where I went out and he thought I was with someone else, another guy. So he brought that up and he was extremely upset.
Did you bring up anything else?
I can't recall.
Okay. So, I have one moment, Your Honor. Okay, so he's apologizing, and then what happens after that?
I didn't respond, so he got upset because I wasn't answering his questions once again. And he started yelling. Once he started yelling, I began to put my clothes on, and he started snatching my clothes out of my hand.
How was he snatching your clothes out of your hands?
Aggressively, he was just grabbing them and pulling them away and throwing them, so I couldn't get to them and get dressed.
Okay, and what happens after that?
I just grabbed whatever I was able to get my hands on, which wasn't much, and tried to start getting towards the door, and he started blocking my way, so I couldn't leave the apartment.
So at any point were you able to get to the door?
Yes, sometime later, I act like I wasn't planning on leaving or trying to leave, so his defenses came down. Once he started moving towards the back room, that's when I ran to the door and started screaming, running as fast as I could, down the hall to the stairs.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Darnell Clemens sees me running, so he starts running behind me. I get to the street. That's when he tackles me from the back behind and I fell, straightened up my whole arm.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Which, you said scraping up my arm, which arm?
My left arm.
Okay, do you still have scrapes on your arms today?
Yeah, it kind of hurts when I lift it.
Okay. Is that which arm is that? The record?
My left arm.
Okay, Your Honor, may I coach Ms. Dorsey?
You may.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm seeing a recently healed circular shaped scrape on the bottom of her elbow, close to her forearm. Did you sustain any other injuries at that point?
Yes.
When you first fell? When you first fell?
When I first fell, my face was towards the ground. I began screaming. That's when Mr. Clemens grabbed the back of my head, started banging my head against the concrete, and I lost it.
Okay, so let's break that down, okay? How does he grab the back of your head?
He grabbed the crown of my head with his right arm, with his right hand, and began to bang my head against the pavement because I was screaming.
And Your Honor, for the record, I think Ms. Dorsey also described it as she's gesturing her right arm towards the crown of her head, and she's just making a forward motion as she's holding on to the crown of her head. Do you recall how many times how did he bang? Can you describe the banging?
Yeah, he did it twice. He pushed, banged my head against the pavement.
How did your face, was it the front of your face that was hitting the pavement?
Yes.
And how was the front of your face hitting the pavement? So was it brushing the pavement, just a soft touch?
No, he used quite a bit of force.
Okay. And so, I'm not sure if you already answered this question about how many times did he bang your head against the pavement? Twice, okay. And the first time, did you feel anything? What were you thinking at this time? Sorry, what were you thinking at this time?
That he was gonna kill me.
Okay. And at some point during, the course of the 2 times he banged you, what injuries, other than the scrape that you showed the court earlier, did you sustain?
Yes, on this, he knocked out 3 of my front teeth.
And can you describe how your teeth were knocked out, if you recall?
Again, banging my head against the pavement.
Did you feel that at the time?
After the second time, that's when I started spitting out teeth.
You started spitting out your teeth. Okay. And were you able to fix your teeth?
No.
Or have you been able to fix your teeth?
No, it's very expensive.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm gonna ask that the complainant show her teeth at this time. Or her three front teeth. Your Honor, may I approach her?
All right, so let you reflect that her front teeth looks like on the right portion, top, there are approximately 3 missing teeth.
And did you have those 3 teeth before the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what happens after he's banged your head against the pavement twice, what happens after that?
He started walking away. I grabbed my phone out, once I see him quite a distance away, and began to call the police.
Okay, and at some point, do police come to the scene?
Yes.
Do you make contact with them?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you tell them?
I told them that I'm bleeding from my mouth, my teeth, I just spit out, my teeth. I showed them my arm, which was bleeding really bad.
And if only if you know, where was Mr. Clemens at this time?
He was hiding somewhere.
Okay. And did you show these officers, the officers that you spoke with, the injuries that you sustained?
Yes, ma'am.
Including your teeth?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor. Clarify for the record, Your Honor, what date did this incident occur on? What was he here? No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Ms. Court. Good afternoon. You've indicated that this happened on September the 15th. Do you know approximately what time it was? Between 2:30 and 3 a.m. or p.m.? A.m. And so you've indicated that you first had contact with Mr. Clemens inside of the chart, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the apartment on Shiloh, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've indicated that it's just you. Are there any other adults in the apartment besides you, Mr. Clemens?
No.
So it's just you and Mr. Clemens are the only two adults, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you, Mr. Clemens, you said began charging with you and you run outside.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that you have your phone with you when you run outside? Okay. Did you have any weapons of any kind when you ran outside?
No, ma'am.
Did you point or use any weapons against Mr. Clemens when you were inside or outside of the apartment?
No, ma'am.
So you get outside, you indicated Mr. Clemens tackled you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is it your testimony that is it your testimony that you lose your teeth when you're tackled, or do you lose your teeth in some other way?
When you grab the back of my head and bang my head twice against the pavement, that's when I lost 3 of my teeth.
Understood. And so you've indicated that you see Mr. Clemens leave the area, correct? You see him leave after you've been tackled to the ground, do you see him leave?
After he banged my head against the pavement, yes, he started walking away.
And do you see Mr. Clemens at any point again after that?
Once I got on the phone and started calling the police, he returned, grabbed my phone, smashed it, and walked away, and I didn't see anything after that.
Okay, and did the police come to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
One moment, Your Honor. No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Speaker?
Counter, one moment.
Come on, people, what are you doing? I have things to do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, just one moment.
Shelley. At this time, people will be to bind you over and charged with an additional conviction for sure.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm going to object because, I believe that the testimony is that Mr. Clemens resided in the apartment at one time. Now, there was some mention about a no contact provision, but, I don't know when that was. Was he served? Did he know about it? And it's also information on the record that he had a key. So I'm not sure that the evidence as elicited at this exam supports a home invasion purpose.
Your Honor, the testimony that I heard, he did not live there. She was living there. She did not give him a key. She gave, I don't know how he got the key.
You got a
I didn't,
duplicate key.
and I did not give him permission to come in. He came in on his own. He committed assault after that. That's why.
That was the testimony. As to the other charges, Ms. Watkins?
Oh, you're asking me, Your Honor?
Yes.
As to the assault and as to, the DV, I would argue that it's a question of fact. And I've already placed my argument on the record about the home invasion because I believe it was established in the other case that, Mr. Clemens, resided in.
The other case?
The first case, yes.
And so I can consider that.
I understand that, Your Honor. I understand that.
I'm not
But,
so sure that was in fact the case either.
right, I'm not sure because there was some mention about a no contact, so I'm not sure.
All right. Before after hearing the testimony, Ms. Dorsey is satisfied that people have been burden of probable cause as it relates to the original charges contained in the complaint, as well as the added charge of home invasion first degree. The court found that those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court found it probable cause to believe this defendant committed will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court criminal division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be October 11, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
And Your Honor, would the court address the issue of Ryan now or prefer for the defendant's training?
I don't think you really want to waste my time with that, do you?
Well, I do want to defend the training, yes.
I'm ready to refer to bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on, sir.
Home invasion first degree. Second. 11082. Okay, thank you.
Sir, come on.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Beaumont,
Yes,
how are you today?
good, how are you?
Good.
Come on, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, guys. We're running on empty here. We haven't had lunch yet, so let's get this done, shall we?
I think we can rock and roll, Judge.
Okay, let's do it. Rod Williams, calling case 2156434, People of the State of Michigan versus Rod Aline Williams. And is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree, victim 13 through 15. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree, victim 13 through 15. Harris, for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Erin Wilmot, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thomas C. Jefferson, on behalf of Mr. Rob Williams. Thanks, sir.
Their examination, are we ready to proceed?
People are prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
Ready to go.
I mean, witness for the week,
One,
they call you witness.
Your Honor, at this time, we would just ask for a mutual order of sequestration, with the exception of our victim advocate who will be coming in with the complaining witness. I would just ask if this person in the courtroom can identify herself so we can make sure she's not a witness.
What's your name, man?
Not a name that I recognize from any reports, so. At this time, then, the people will call Morgan McKinney Mays. 82085.
Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Give her your name and spelling. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Take the microphone down, speak that right into the camera. Okay, thank you, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, making sure you can hear me. Can you please state your name again for the record?
Morgan McKinney.
May I just call you Morgan for purposes of my questions today?
Yes.
What is your date of birth?
July 16, 2004.
So that makes you 19 years old today?
Yes.
Morgan, I want to direct your attention back to May 5th of 2019. Did something happen that would make you have to come to court today?
Yes.
How old were you when something happened?
14 or 15.
Where were you when something happened?
My sister shows the house.
What is Shalencia's last name?
Starter. SHELENICIA.
You said you were at her house.
Yes.
Where was that house located?
I'm not sure, but I know it was on South.
What city?
Detroit.
Why were you over at Shalencia's house that day?
She asked me to babysit.
Who was it that you were supposed to be babysitting?
Her two daughters, Summer and Skylar.
Do you remember their ages? Summer and Skylar's ages back then?
No.
Do you recall what time you got over to Shalencia's house that day?
No, but it was daylight.
Had you babysat for Shalencia before?
No.
When you first arrived at the house, who's at the house?
Shalencia, her two kids.
So that would be Shalencia, Summer, and Skylar?
Yes.
Was anybody else at the house at that time?
No.
At some point, does Shalencia leave?
Yes.
Does she come back to the house at any time?
Yes.
Approximately, what time does she come back to the house?
Around 1 to 3 a.m.
Where were you in the house when Shalencia arrived home?
Her room.
Can you tell me where Shalencia's room was located in the house?
Straight down the hallway to the left,
Would that be on the first floor or somewhere different?
first floor.
When Shalencia arrived home, was there anybody else in the room with you?
First kid,
So we're still talking about Summer and Skylar?
yes,
Where were you, Summer and Skylar in the room?
on the bed,
Was Shalencia alone when she arrived home?
no,
Did you see who she was with?
no,
Do you know who she was with?
yes,
Had you met that person before?
no.
Tell me what happens next after Shalencia arrives home.
I was asleep on the bed, and Shalencia tried to pick me up to move me to the other room, but I was too heavy, so I'm not sure if he offered or she asked, but he picked me up and moved me to the room.
And when you say he, who are we talking about?
Mariah,
Morgan, can you take a look around the courtroom and tell me if you see that person by the name of Ron in the courtroom today?
yes,
Can you point to that person and describe something that they're wearing, please?
right there, in a tan t-shirt,
Your Honor, please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant, Murad William.
So no,
Thank you. So what do you remember happening at that point?
I was moved to the room, and the kids were moved to the room I was in shortly after. And
So I just want to stop you there real quick, Morgan, 1 second. You said you were moved to the room.
yes,
What do you mean? What room were you moved
I
to?
was moved to the other room in the house, which is on the right-hand side on the hallway,
Was this a living room, a bedroom, something different?
a bedroom.
How were you moved to that room?
I was picked up from my knees and under my shoulders.
By who?
Mariah,
When you were moved to that room, were you moved to a certain spot into the room?
on the bed,
Then I believe you testified the kids were moved there as well. Did I get that right?
yes,
Do you recall who moved the kids into that room?
no,
And when we say the kids, we're talking about Skylar and Summer?
yes.
Where were Skylar and Summer moved in the room?
I was in the middle, Skylar was on the edge, and Summer was by the wall,
All on the bed?
yes.
Tell me what you remember happening next.
Summer was placed in the room, and she was a baby, so when they left the room, she started to cry. And he came in the room, picked her up, took her back in the room, finished with me, and shortly after came back in and placed her down.
And when you say he, who is he?
Mariah,
And when you say placed her down, who are we talking about?
Summer,
Just want to make sure that the record's there. So after Summer's placed back down, is she placed back down in the bed or somewhere different?
yeah,
And what happened next?
when she was placed down, when he was lifting himself back up off the bed, he placed his hand on the side of my thigh and ran all the way up to my bed.
What are you thinking at this point?
At first, I thought it was an accident, so I just believed it.
And when you say touched, he touched you, who was he?
Mariah,
And you said up your thigh to your butt. What part of Murad's body was he using to touch that?
his hand,
So then what happened?
he goes back in the room, and when he leaves, Summer starts to cry again. He comes back in, picks her up, and sits on the edge where Skylar is and rocks her. And puts his hand behind his back and squirrels my butt.
When you say Squeals your butt, what does that mean? What is his hand doing?
Squeezing.
Did Murad say anything to you?
No.
Now, at this point, what are you thinking?
I don't know, I was shocked.
And after that happened, tell me what you remember happening next.
After that, put Skylar back in the spot she was on the wall, and went back in the room, she was here. Summer started to cry again. So, we came in there, picked her up, went back in the room, and we came back into the room, the alleyway, placed her down. He put his hand between her legs and went all the way into my vagina.
And when you say he, are we talking about that same person?
Yes.
Who was that?
Right.
And when you say he touched in between your legs up to your vagina, what part of Murad's body was he using?
His hand.
Did his hand actually touch your vagina?
Yes.
Was this over the clothes or under the clothes?
Over.
And I just want to backtrack when Murad squeezed your butt. Was that over or under the clothes?
Over.
Were any of the touchings that you described under the clothes?
No.
Now, when Murad touched up in between your legs to your vagina, did he say anything to you at this point?
No.
And what happens next?
We went back in the room, Summer started to cry again. So this time, Celestia and him both came into the room, turned the light on, tried to turn the TV on to distract her so she could go to sleep.
Did Summer go to sleep at that point?
I don't remember.
Did Summer stay in the room with you all night?
No.
Did you stay the rest of the night there?
Yes.
Did you tell Shalencia that night what had happened?
No.
Do you eventually tell somebody?
Yes.
Who is it that you tell?
My mom.
When did you tell your mom?
The next morning I called her and told her what happened, and she called my grandma.
When you called your mom and told her what happened, did your mom eventually strike that? After you call your mom and tell her what happened, do you eventually see your mom?
Yeah, she came over right after.
Did any other family members come over?
Yes.
Who was that?
My godmother and Celestia and my godmother's mother was there and my auntie.
Did you see anybody call the police?
Yes, my godmother.
And so this is all at that house on Stout Street in Detroit?
Yes.
Did the police make that location?
Yes.
You talk to them?
Yes.
After that date that this had happened, did you ever see Murad again?
Once.
Where was that at?
A family picnic.
Thank you.
Cross-examine.
Yeah.
Question for you, okay? Now, I want to go back to April, that was May 5th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you said you were babysit.
Yes.
Okay. And, had you met Mr. Williams prior to that day?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that you got there, your sister was there. Cynthia is your sister?
Yes, my god sister.
Your god sister, okay. And her 2 kids.
Yes.
And so she left the house around what time?
I'm not sure.
But she got back around.
Anytime between 1 AM and 3 AM.
And how do you know that?
Before I was asleep, I don't know. I don't know.
Don't know, you said.
I don't remember the time.
So you don't really know.
I know it was super late, but I don't know exactly the time.
Okay. So when you said earlier about between 1 and 3 AM, you really don't know if that's true or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay, very good. So you said you and the children were in your sister's room.
Yes.
Is there a reason why you were in her room as opposed to in the other room? Okay. So you said at some point, when you got to it, when she came back, you were asleep, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever wake up?
No.
Okay, so you said your sister tried to move you to the other room.
Yes.
She didn't try to wake you up?
No.
Okay, so, and so how do you know she tried to pick you up?
I heard her. I felt her.
Or you heard her? You felt her? So then at some point, Mr. Williams said he stepped in.
Yes.
And so your sister was right there when he picked you up to take you to the other room?
Yes.
Okay. And so when he was carrying you to the other room, where was your sister at picking you up?
I'm not sure exactly where she was, but when he picked me up, she was in the room. I heard her close by my ear. And then he started to move and place me down. I don't know if she was behind him.
I don't want you guessing, so you don't.
I don't know where she was.
Okay. Where were other children, if you know?
When I was moved, I was the first one to be moved, so.
Okay, so you were taken in the other room. You don't know where your sister is at this point, correct?
No.
And then, you were put on the bed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Williams leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then next so the other two kids got brought after that?
Yes.
And who brought those two kids?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you said that Skyler was placed on the outside of me, correct? Yeah, you were in the middle and Summer was next to the wall?
No, yes, someone was by the wall, I was in the middle, Skylar was on the edge of the middle.
So at some point, all three of you guys got to the room, within the same room at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Where was your sister at then?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And so during this whole process, did you ever wake up?
No.
Okay, so then you said, so at some point, it's just you and the two children in the bed, correct? And y'all in the room by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then you said at some point, Summer starts crying.
Yes.
Okay, did you wake up then?
Yes, I heard her crying.
Okay, and so when you heard her crying, what did you do?
Nothing, I was.
Did you open your eyes or you just heard her crying?
My eyes.
Okay, you open your eyes and then what did you say?
I see her crying.
And then what happened next, if anything?
She closed my eyes, tried to go back to sleep, and no, I can't pick her up. And took her in the room, she was asleep.
And now you said you were there to babysit, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't try to pick Summer up or nothing like that?
No.
So can you recall what Mr. Mariah Williams was wearing at that time?
No.
So he picked Summer up and took her in the room with him and Olympia, correct?
Yes,
How long were they gone? You know,
I'm not sure.
did you go back and sleep if you know?
Yeah, I go back and sleep?
Right,
Yes.
okay. Do you know, have any idea how long he was sleeping before he returned?
No, I was in the midst of trying to go back to sleep, so I wasn't fully asleep, but I remember how long he was when he was gone.
How long, what, so you don't remember?
I know I don't remember.
Did you ever get up out the bed after Mr. Williams had been in the room first time?
No.
Okay. So you say he brings the baby back in the room.
Yes.
So you said the baby is next to the wall, correct?
Yes.
You in the middle and then Scott is on the end.
Yes.
So is the, I'm trying to see how did he get the baby over here?
Against the wall. So I don't know how they explain, but it pushed all the way to the wall. So he just reached over, picked her up.
Okay, so you reach over and you put the baby, get the baby up, put the baby back down.
Yes.
Okay, and then he, is that when he touched your butt the first time you said?
When he came back and you put her down the first time he touched it, it wasn't like my bed first, it was me on the side of my thigh all the way up to the side of my bed.
Okay, and where was Summer at this point when he was touching you?
On the bed, by the wall.
And so when he was touching you, did you open your eyes?
No.
Okay, were you open?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
Now go back in the room with Olympia, to your knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Because you don't know really where it went, right?
Yes.
Then the second time, then Summer wakes up again.
Yes.
What time is it now, do you know?
No.
Okay, and so then does Mr. Moran come back in the room?
Yes.
Is Olympia with him at this time?
No.
Okay, how many times did Summer wake up that night?
3 or 4 times, I'm not sure.
So the second time, so just to be clear, so when he touched your leg and went up to your butt or your vagina, that was the second time Summer had cried?
Yes.
Okay, and did you open your eyes and say anything to him?
No.
Okay, just let me on the road.
Yes.
You wasn't asleep?
No.
And when he left out the room, did you say anything to him?
No.
You never said what you doing?
No.
Okay. And then you said at some point, Olympia comes back in the room with Mr. Williams, right?
Yes.
And then what, cause Summer's crying again.
Yes.
They take Summer out the bed.
Yes, they broke in.
Right.
No.
What did they do?
But they were both, after the 3 times had already happened, someone was still crying. So at this point, Shelby came in herself, both of them. Turned the light on, turned the TV on, talking, trying to turn the TV on. So I guess soothe her to sleep, but it didn't work. When they left out the room, they Shelby ended up putting her and slept in there.
Okay, so Ms. Olympia and Mrs. Williams were in the room together. You didn't do anything to the did you?
No.
Okay, did you open up your eyes then?
Yes.
Okay, did you talk to them?
Yes.
What did you say?
I don't remember. It was jokes through back and forth.
Who were you joking with?
Shelby.
You can say to Olympia, I need to talk to you.
No.
You didn't tell her that right then, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't tell her at all, isn't that good?
Yes,
Okay. It's true that you didn't?
yes.
Okay. So you said at some point, does Mr. Williams leave for the day or?
I'm not sure if he left the walk line. I don't know what time he left.
But you said when you woke up, you called your mom.
Yes, the next morning.
Right, the next morning. Where was Mr. Williams at that point? Do you know?
No,
Okay. And you say your mom came over, or it was the godmother came over,
yes,
and the mother's mother, some third party,
yes,
and your aunt.
yes,
Was Mr. Williams there then?
no,
Okay, and the police got called.
yes,
Was Mr. Williams there then?
no,
Okay. And then you said later on at a family gathering, it was a picnic or something,
yes,
you saw Mr. Williams.
yes.
How long was it after the May 5th incident? If you know.
I don't remember. I mean, it was a while, like maybe a year. I don't remember.
Did you talk to Mr. Williams that time?
No,
Okay, so at this family gathering, it was your family gathering
it was my godmother's.
or your godmother's?
Yes,
So that's Olympia. So Olympia was your god sister, correct?
yes,
So was it her mother?
yes,
So when you saw Mr. Williams about a year later, you say not to him, correct?
yes,
That's yes, you didn't?
yes,
Okay. Did you call the police then?
no,
Yes, ma'am. No further questions, John.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may start now. You may look at some application.
No, on behalf of the people.
No, y'all.
People.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people do move for bind over at this time. Mr. William is charged with 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the 4th degree, victim 13 through 15. We do believe the evidence presented through the complaining witness, Dwayne Morgan McKinney, does satisfy our burden of probable cause. We would reserve any additional argument for rebuttal.
Your Honor. Please say the question back.
Right, there is a question. In fact, what I'm hearing testimony. Morgan McKinney made to satisfy people that their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in complaint 1. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. Is arranged on the information date and time will be October 18th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, just one quick thing. I have a protective order for the Kids Talk interview. If I could have you sign it. Ms. Reynolds wasn't in yesterday. I had emailed it over to her and got an automatic message. So I sent Ms. Jefferson the Kids Talk interview in good faith, but I know Ms. Jefferson would be abided by that statute. But I still would like a protective order signed.
Sure, no problem.
May I approach the clerk?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, you step out. I don't thank you so much.
Can you tell her to check her message?
Okay. Oh.
Another message.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay.
Judge. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. She's all like, I almost called.
Well, folks, that concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you tomorrow. Same bad station, same bad time.
All right. See y'all later.